Chapter 14, 75. Recalling what Boss said back then, it was as if they were still echoing in his ears. And that face was still in front of him, looking at him warmly. Wu Jueqing's heart was filled with grief. He choked and couldn't speak. "I'm sorry, boss. I actually misunderstood you for so many years. I was actually so muddle-headed. I'm sorry. Boss, I was young and impulsive. I hope you don't blame me. One day, this little brother will definitely make amends for you. I will apologize to you face to face." Wu Jueqing roared into the sky. Suddenly his right hand moved. With a clang, he drew his sword. When Chuyang saw that Wu Jueqing had gradually calmed down, he had thought that his efforts had been in vain. Now that he saw it in shock, his heart and mind were greatly shaken. Like a ghost, he rushed over at high speed, reaching out to snatch his sword. No. Wu Jueqing stretched out his hand and stopped the 7th Division. Chapter 770. Brother's wish is also my wish. Third update. He stopped Chuyang and said calmly, "Did you think that I would commit suicide?" Chuyang was stunned. He stuttered, "Isn't that the case? Then why did you draw your sword?" Wu Jueqing roared into laughter. His laughter stirred up the wind and clouds. Wu Jueqing pointed his sword at the sky. His black hair flew in the wind. Wind and clouds swept the snow around him. At this moment, it was as if Wu Jueqing wanted to summon the wind and clouds to attack the heaven and earth. He laughed loudly. His voice was like gold and stone. He said word by word, "If I can really comfort Boss's soul in heaven, my life is nothing. But what is Boss's wish? Boss's wish is unfulfilled. How can I, Wu Jueqing, die just like that? Even if I have to die, I have to fulfill Boss's wish before I can die." This sentence made Chuyang clearly feel that Wu Jueqing had condensed all of his blood, sweat, and tears into the sentence. Or rather, this oath. An oath that came from the soul. Although Boss is no longer around, his wish is still there. He suffered so much for his brothers. He sacrificed everything and shouldered too much, just so that his brothers could fight the extraterrestrial demons. If I, Wu Jueqing, had actually hastily ended my own life because of remorse and guilt, then Part 7. Chapter 770. Brother's wish is my wish. Third update. Then I would be the #1 coward in the world. How can I face Boss? What meaning is there in Boss's death? If that's the case, even if I really die, I won't have the face to ask Boss for forgiveness. Wu Jueqing said softly, "I've decided. I want to do it while I'm still alive, no matter the cost. Charge up the heavenly palace and slay the heavenly demon. I won't turn back until I've killed all the sky fiends." Although his voice was soft, it was firm, unshakable. Chuyang was finally relieved. He was moved and said, "Good ambition. I will fulfill Boss's wish for him." Wu Jueqing said, at the moment when the heavenly palace cleared away all the extraterrestrial demons, "I, Wu Jueqing, will personally seek Boss forgiveness, apologize to him face to face." His red eyes were filled with passion. "I must find Boss. Tell Boss how much I hated him for the past 30,000 years. I must tell him. I was wrong. I admit my mistake, but I must beat him up. That bastard hid it from us and deceived us. I'll definitely get even with him. Our brothers will be there. I will. We need to find him and apologize to him face to face." Wu Jueqing shouted fiercely, "Boss, how are we supposed to endure this? Tens of thousands of years of hatred is a misunderstanding. How are we, the brothers who have scolded you for 30,000 years, supposed to continue living in this world? To enjoy the glory of the heavens and the riches of eternity? Don't you understand us? We're brothers." Chuyang was shocked. He said, "But his soul has already dissipated. How are you going to find him?" Wu Jueqing laughed loudly. "He won't bear to leave us. I will definitely find him. Heaven and earth, no matter where, no matter where. I will definitely find him, after slaying the heavenly demon. So what if his soul has dissipated? By then, my soul will also dissipate and we will return to the same place. Do you think I won't be able to find him? With a wave of his sword, the snow under his feet flew up neatly along with the sword. 1,000 feet of ground was created out of thin air, revealing the mountain rocks under the snow. Then he swung his sword down again. An abnormally smooth, vertical surface suddenly appeared. The sword moved again, shooting out an extremely powerful sword aura. Stone chips flew from the stone walls instantly. Stepping on the heavens, pointing my sword at Bai Yundong. Boss, Ah Chung was wrong. Wu Jueqing. Then he wailed loudly. His sword drew a brilliant sword flower and returned to its sheath with a clang. Boss, I'm going to find them. Those bastards, I must let them know the truth. Boss's reputation must not be tarnished by anyone, not even by our own brothers. If those fellows still dare to slander you, I will fight them to the death. Jun Weiling, Meng Changa, Shimin Wanli. Brothers. Brothers. I found the truth. I found an explanation. But how are we going to face this explanation? Wu Jueqing murmured painfully. How can we face such an explanation? Wu Jueqing tidied his clothes and knelt down in front of the stone wall. Facing the word stepping on the heavens, pointing my sword at Bai Yundong, he kowtowed loudly. Boss, will you be lonely for too long? Boss, I understand your heart completely now. Boss, I'm sorry. On behalf of the brothers, I apologize to Boss. I'm sorry. He knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the ground. Tears flowed like a fountain, and he didn't get up for a long time. Snow mountains, cliffs, stone tablets, engraved words, one person kneeling, wind and snow whistling. Chuyang looked at all of this in a daze, his heart filled with endless emotions. After a long, long time, Wu Jueqing stood up. He turned to Chuyang. Chuyang suddenly felt that the current Wu Jueqing seemed to be different from the previous him. He was completely different, but exactly what was different he couldn't tell at the moment. Wu Jueqing's body was straight and sharp like a sword. It was as if a divine sword had been unsheathed, unstoppable. Then he asked softly, as long as I rush up to the heavenly palace, I can also find the extraterrestrial demons, right? Chuyang nodded and said yes. But you have to think clearly, even with your cultivation. Even if you can reach the purple cloud heavens, you won't be a match for an ordinary extraterrestrial demon. Wu Jueqing nodded. The reason why Boss made such a choice is because after the brothers go over and reconstruct their physical bodies and attain the immortal golden body, their strength will increase tremendously and they will become experts strong enough to contend against the extraterrestrial demons, right? Chuyang nodded and said that should be the case. Wu Jueqing said that must be the case. Otherwise, how would Boss let his brothers take the risk? And why would he allow his brothers to take risks without his leadership? Chuyang said that is indeed the case. He thought to himself that if it were him, if he wasn't sure of this, he would definitely not let Gu Duxing and the others take the risk and die. If he wasn't quite confident, he would definitely not do something like this. The conclusion is, those who ascend to the heavenly palace through normal means are definitely far less powerful than they were in the past. Other than courting death, it's completely meaningless. Wu Jueqing's eyes flashed. He scolded, those bastards. Their cultivation must be several times higher than mine now. I have to make the most of my cultivation now. Otherwise, I'll really be an embarrassment to Boss. Chuyang nodded and said, that's right. Wu Jueqing smiled and then turned around, staring at the cliff that he had carved the words on for a long time. His lips trembled, but he didn't say anything in the end. Elder Wu, Chuyang said with some difficulty. What is it? Wu Jueqing didn't even turn his head, still staring at the stone wall. About today, this matter. I hope you can keep it a secret for me, Chuyang said softly. Wu Jueqing's body shook and he slowly turned around. He looked at Chu Yang with a complicated gaze. Oh, right, you are also the Tribulation Sword Master. Do you want it too? Chu Yang said lightly. Right now, everything is still uncertain. I can't be sure whether or not I've really met the requirements of the Calamity Sword selection. When the time comes, I'll be the one who's chosen. If I don't meet the requirements. A trace of respect appeared in Wu Jueqing's eyes. He nodded slowly. All right, I promise you, no one else will know about today's matter. Chu Yang smiled. Thank you. Wu Jueqing looked up at the sky and sighed. I should be the one thanking you. Everyone knows that Tribulation's feelings are earth-shattering, but who knows that the feelings of a sword master are even more frightening? Just this one request of yours today shows that you are indeed the Tribulation Sword Master. Chu Yang smiled lightly. Elder Wu, if you were the Sword Master, wouldn't you? After a moment of pride, Wu Jueqing became dejected. Yes, I would too. He looked at the stone wall again reluctantly and said softly, Boss, I'm going back to practice now. I want to rush up the Heavenly Imperial Court as soon as possible to find our brothers and kill all the extraterrestrial demons. Finally, he turned and strode away. He didn't look back. Chu Yang smiled and naturally followed him. He suddenly felt that with his and his brother's strength, they really should speed up a little. According to their current progress, the day of rushing up the Heavenly Imperial Court was really not far away. When that time came, the pressure would be 100 times greater than now, right? It was best to meet the standards. The lives of his brothers were important, but so was his own. Even if he didn't care about his life, what about the women behind him? If he couldn't come back, what would happen to them? Therefore, doing his best to meet the standards of the Calamity Sword was the right path. The right path was full of vicissitudes. An old man and a young man, one in front and one behind, strolled in the snow. All around them, the fierce storm stirred up by Wu Jueqing's roar just now had just subsided. Snow and dust covered the sky. Their feet made soft sounds as they stepped on the snow. The two of them actually had a strange feeling of empathy for each other, even as if they were connected by blood and flesh. One was the sword master of the Calamity Sword after 40,000 years. The other was one of the calamities from 40,000 years ago. But at this moment, both of them felt that what the other was thinking was definitely the same as what they were thinking. Just like when they were together with their brothers. That kind of heartfelt relief and comfort. The look in Wu Jueqing's eyes became even more profound. As he walked, he chanted softly, "Back then we sang and roared together, rode our horses in the martial world together, went through fire and water together, went through fire and knives together. When my brother was in trouble, I drew my sword and went. When my brother was in trouble, I wouldn't turn back. With my brothers by my side, I am invincible." As he chanted, the familiar faces and figures of his brothers floated past his eyes one by one. They were so familiar and clear, just like 40,000 years ago. Wu Jueqing's face was full of tears, but he suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was indescribably sad. Chu Yang suddenly realized that in the midst of his laughter, Wu Jueqing's hair, which had been as black as ink for tens of thousands of years, was actually slowly turning white at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Boss, my boss." Wu Jueqing sighed softly. The wind and snow were like weeping and complaining. Chapter 1476. Along the way, Chu Yang and Wu Jueqing didn't speak. They walked into the cave one after the other. Dong Wushang stood at the entrance of the cave with his saber. "What happened just now? Did we encounter an enemy?" Chu Yang smiled. "Of course not. Elder Wu was cultivating just now. That roar was shocking enough, wasn't it?" Dong Wushang understood at once. "Oh, I see. Elder Wu is indeed an expert. That roar just now wasn't just shocking. It's a legend. A roar collapsed more than 30 mountains." Wu Jueqing glared at him and walked straight into his own cave to rest. Mo lay, pinched Dong Wushang's waist hard. Dong Wushang hissed in pain and said angrily, "Woman, what are you doing? You're rebelling." Mo lay, held her forehead and sighed. "What kind of person is this? Can't you just tell me where the reinforcements have gone? If you're smarter, you're obviously going out for something big. Can't you see that old Master Wu Jueqing's eyes are red and he looks like he's been crying? Even his hair has turned white to make such an old monster cry and have his hair turn white instantly. What kind of soul-wrenching matter must it be? How can it be a small matter? Yet you're still here chattering away. It's really rare to see such a person who doesn't know how to read people's expressions." Dong Wushang was still puzzled. He asked, "Tell me, why did you pinch me?" Mo lay, was even more furious. She didn't say anything. She turned around and walked into the cave. Dong Wushang turned his head around and asked Chu Yang, "Look, women are too hard to please." Minister Chu rolled his eyes and said, "Have you ever seen a pig?" Dong Wushang was stunned. "Yes." "Oh, so you've seen one. You've seen one since you were young, right? You know what they look like since you were young, right?" Chu Yang asked with a smile. Dong Wushang was displeased. "Of course. Who hasn't seen a pig? That's good. If you haven't seen one, then no one else has." Minister Chu turned and left. Dong Wushang was stunned. He scratched his head and didn't understand. What the fuck? What does this mean? Chapter 771, where the reinforcements have gone? What the fuck? What does this mean? What is boss talking about? Hey, what's the meaning of this? Dong Wushang was confused as he said angrily, "Don't go!" Mo lay, rushed out of the cave, grabbed Dong Wushang's ear, and dragged him inside. She scolded, "You pig!" Wu Jueqing became completely silent. Every day he would cultivate and expel the poison in his body in a manner that was almost as if he was risking his life. He would do everything he could to recover and increase his skills. It was as if cultivating and expelling the poison were the purpose of his life from now on. Only when he was resting, when his energy was severely overdrawn, would he quietly watch Chu Yang and Dong Wushang play around while practicing martial arts. Only when they have whiskers, there would be a warm smile at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes would be even more distant and empty. He was looking at Chu Yang and Dong Wushang, but in his heart he was thinking of his brothers. Even when Chu Yang and Dong Wushang occasionally went out to coordinate with Mo Tianji's actions, Wu Jueqing still only watched, neither interfering nor speaking. He just watched coldly from the sidelines. Every time Jimo's strange cry, Luo Kadi's wolf howl, and Ao Xiun's dragon roar could be heard from afar. Rue Budong's phoenix cry, Guduxing's cold rebuke, Xiedanqiong's long howl. Every time this happened, Chu Yang and Dong Wushang's faces would always glow with a comforting smile that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was also at this time that the intense envy and memories in Wu Jueqing's eyes lingered for a long time. They are brothers. I have such brothers too. It's just that they are not by my side now. But even if they are not by my side, when I see such a scene, I will still be moved, still feel touched, still feel warm. I believe that we will eventually be able to meet again. We definitely can. If I cannot bring the truth about boss to my brothers, I, Wu Jueqing, will not be able to die in peace. No, I cannot die. Even if I die, I have to wait until the truth is revealed to my brothers and fulfill boss's wish. Diwu Qingru naturally did not idle around in these 2 months. He organized a total of 40 attacks, a total of 40 battles, big and small. Mo Tianji was not flustered at all. He met each move with equal harshness. As the battle between the two heated up in this round, their individual prestige also grew higher and higher. They were like the sun, and their words were the law. Their respective teams also became more and more elite because of this baptism. Battle after battle, elimination of the weak and survival of the weak, it was very difficult, even if they did not want to be elite. In fact, those who were not elite had no survival space and value at all. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, was vividly displayed in front of their eyes at this moment. On Diwu Qingrou's side, those who died were not just the weak. There were also many strong ones. 13 supreme martial artists of second grade and above were killed by Diwu Qingrou in these few battles. These were all people that Diwu Qingrou could not control or had no way to control. Mo Tianji naturally would not be polite with such a big gift. As long as it was delivered to his door, he would fulfill Diwu Qingrou's wish. Diwu Qingrou's attacks became crazier and crazier, especially the last 3 attacks. The attacks were so powerful that they were really like a tsunami. It was almost wave after wave, each stronger than the last. The strength of the Li clan was almost completely unmatched. It was only by relying on Mo Tianji's ingenious calculations that they could escape from death time and time again and not be defeated. However, the gap between the real strength of the two sides was definitely not something that could be made up with just ingenious calculations. During this period of time, other than the core area of the Li clan, the important strongholds in the periphery were lost bit by bit. Now, almost all of them had fallen. The Li clan, which once dominated a vast area with a radius of tens of thousands of miles, now could not move more than a radius of 3,000 miles. This area was definitely not small. If it was in the lower 3 heavens, it was more than enough to hold a battle between the armies of 2 countries. However, on this supreme-level battlefield where one could advance and retreat dozens of miles in an instant, it seemed so narrow. Mo Tianji's repeated attacks, repeated victories, and repeated tacit cooperation had slowly changed Diwu Qingrou's initial high regard for Mo Tianji. Then it had changed to admiration, and now it had reached the point of respect. All of Mo Tianji's responses and arrangements were extremely safe and thorough. It could really be said that not a single drop of water could leak out. It was difficult for him to gain much of an advantage. Although Mo Tianji had never really gained any advantage over him, Diwu Qingrou was well aware of how big the advantage on his side was. He had endless backup on his side, while Mo Tianji had almost no backup on his side. The result of the gap in strength between the two sides was that Mo Tianji would inevitably suffer more than him in every operation. He would have to think many more steps before he could deal with the unexpected situation on his side or suddenly increase the number of troops. Otherwise, the situation would easily collapse and there would be the danger of total failure. In terms of planning and confidence, he still had the advantage. It was also not a small advantage. However, even in the face of such a bad situation, Mo Tianji still managed to stabilize the situation, causing him to be unable to turn his advantage into an absolute victory. This caused Diwu Qingrou to be unable to carry out his wishful thinking. He originally wanted to go on like this and then gain an overall victory based on the strength that he had gathered. When he felt that it was enough, he would have a decisive battle and completely devour everything, including the tribulation. However, Mo Tianji never gave him such a chance. He didn't leave any room for this aspect. This was what Diwu Qingrou admired the most. With a small sacrifice, Mo Tianji had allowed the Li clan, which should have collapsed completely 2 months ago and been completely annihilated, to struggle at death's door until now. No, to really use the word struggling at death's door to describe the Li clan was really not worthy of that impregnable defense. And all of this was because of Mo Tianji. In between, there were a few times when reinforcements arrived. Diwu Qingrou immediately started to move and started to practice on the battlefield. On Mo Tianji's side, except for the first time due to some unexpected factors, he actually handled the other times flawlessly. He attacked and defended without the slightest bit of chaos. Moreover, every time he attacked, he could attack his own side's weakness. He was weak against strong and restrained the army. As for the traps that Diwu Qingrou carefully set, Mo Tianji's side actually didn't step into them even once. Diwu Qingrou asked himself, if he was in Mo Tianji's position, he definitely wouldn't be able to do better than Mo Tianji. In fact, he might even have overlooked something. Therefore, in the face of such an opponent, for the first time in his life, Diwu Qingru had such a degree of admiration and respect for someone other than himself. The opponent's military advisor is really sharp. I rarely admire people who play tricks, but for this person, I have to write the word respect to him. Yi Xiaoyao on the side and said with some respect and admiration. In the last battle, he was completely tricked by Mo Tianji. He was besieged by 3 8th-grade supreme martial artists and almost couldn't make it back. He couldn't even participate in this attack. Very sharp indeed. Diwu Qingru nodded slightly and said lightly, Elder Yi, you can't just see the opponent's military advisor's power. What you really need to see is the power of tribulation and the tribulation swordmaster, especially their bottomless potential. Yi Xiaoyao was frightened and said, Yes, indeed. This time, we're facing Tribulation's military advisor and a few other people from the land of Tribulation. Tribulation is not complete, and it can be said that it hasn't formed yet. However, it can only rely on a half-deadly clan to block the allied forces of the 8 great clans and the law enforcement officers. If Tribulation's wings are really complete, what will the result be? Diwu Qingru asked lightly. By then, the living space of the 8 great clans. Haha! Yi Xiaoyao's head was full of sweat, and he was speechless for a long time. Also, this time, basically, it's only Tribulation's military advisor who is dealing with us. The others are just playing a role of cooperation. And the most important thing is, Diwu Qingru's voice was a bit heavy. The Tribulation Sword Master didn't take action. Chapter 1477. Diwu Qingru said in a soft voice. Chu Yang's face slowly emerged in his mind as he said these words. It was very clear. Chu Yang's sharp gaze seemed to have transcended time and space. It was swift and fierce. He couldn't help but think of the battle in the lower 3 heavens. This is the biggest hidden worry, the most fundamental hidden worry. Diwu Qingru smiled bitterly. Compared to the backup plan of the 8 great clans and the law enforcement officers, the hidden backup plan of the other party is the most terrifying one. It may also be the most fatal one. Yi Xiaoyao gasped. The sword master didn't make a move? Diwu Qingru smiled. This time, it's actually the sword master who's training the think tank. Force them to unleash their greatest potential, and use our huge team and pressure as a whetstone to train the ability of the mastermind in Book 7, Chapter 772. 2 unforeseen calamities, why would he make a move? Whetstone. Even with the composure of an 8th grade supreme martial artist, Yi Xiaoyao was also stunned at this moment. There's such a thing. The think tank of the other party can be said to be the most powerful opponent I've ever met in my life. The most terrifying opponent. Diwu Qingru said lightly. In terms of planning and scheming, he's already at the peak of the wise. If I were in his position, I might not be able to do it. Such an enemy deserves respect. We need to destroy him with all our might. Yi Xiaoyao gritted his teeth and said, Such a person is the think tank of the tribulation. Admiration is one thing, but the standpoint is another. We can't allow him to live in this world. If we catch him, we don't need to waste any words. We can just behead him and cut his body into pieces. We can ensure that his spirit is destroyed and he's beyond redemption. In this way, we can eliminate all future troubles once and for all. Diwu Qingru's gaze froze. Then he smiled and said, That's right. But in his heart, he thought, Is this the common understanding of the big clans? For example, Mo Tianji is a great threat that can't be left alive. But what about me, Diwu Qingru? In the hearts of the masters of the big clans, am I a great threat to all of you? If Mo Tianji is killed by me one day in the 7th part of Chapter 772, wouldn't you kill me without giving me the slightest chance? Will you let me be beyond redemption and get rid of me once and for all? His heart was in turmoil. His expression didn't change as he suddenly changed the topic and asked, How many alliance reinforcements have arrived so far? Only the law enforcement officers and the Ling and Xiao families haven't arrived yet. The Xiao family is the furthest away, so it's not an accident that they can't make it in time. However, the Ling family was so close, so why hadn't they arrived yet? Most importantly, the law enforcement officers should have arrived a long time ago, but they still haven't arrived. Yi Xiaoyao frowned. Diwu Qingro was also somewhat puzzled about this matter. That's right. This was something that absolutely shouldn't have happened. There was no reason at all. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any extra reinforcements on the Li clan side. Those two groups of people shouldn't have been held back. Why did such a situation happen? One was the closest team. One was the most powerful team. It was indeed strange that these two teams had not arrived yet. There was also the Xiao clan. Even though they were too far away, it wasn't to the extent that there was no news of them at all. This might be a hidden worry. In the northeast direction, in a place where the wind and snow had yet to dissipate. The wind and snow had yet to stop, but all one could see was red. Corpses were scattered all over the ground, all dressed in white and with long swords at their waists. However, at this moment, the white clothes and the snow, they were all stained red with blood. Saint King, there were a total of 132 people here. None of them were left alive. They have all been killed. An old man dressed in hemp clothes knelt at the feet of a person with a face full of piety. He reported cautiously, "Saint King, what should we do next? How are the casualties on our side?" Tan Tan, dressed in black, raised his nose and asked. 84 people died, and 140 were injured. The old man's voice was somewhat sorrowful. The opponent's last self-explosion was extremely powerful and abrupt. Everyone couldn't react in time, so Tan Tan snorted and said, "It came abruptly? Couldn't react in time? Nonsense. The self-explosion of a supreme martial artist is the last desperate move. As the saying goes, a cornered beast will still fight. Since you are in a desperate situation and have no hope of survival, how can you not fight for your own capital? Could it be that after so many years you have forgotten these most basic but also the most fatal taboos? You still want to swarm around at the last moment? You are simply bastards. A bunch of bastards who are looking for trouble for themselves." The Demon King showed his power, and his anger instantly reached the sky. Yes. Everyone at the side knelt down in fear at the same time. "We didn't expect. Let's bury the dead nearby. Remember not to leave any traces. Cremate them." Tan Tan said sternly, "The next time this kind of mistake occurs, one by one, just kill yourselves. It is really meaningless to bring idiots like you, who haven't improved at all, to roam the world." Yes, yes. Everyone prostrated on the ground, not even daring to breathe. "For the next step, we will move 1,500 miles stealthily. When we are almost there, we will stay put." Tan Tan snorted. "When the Li clan is completely gone, we will move. We can fight to the death for our brothers, but for the Li clan, it is completely unnecessary. They are not worthy. Do you understand? Do you want me to explain it more clearly?" "Understood." This subordinate understands completely. At this moment, a beautiful girl suddenly came out from the side. She was wearing a watery green dress. She hugged Tan Tan's arm and said, "Idiot, are you not done yet? Are you still not eating? I have already prepared the crystal cores for you." The dignified Saint King collapsed in an instant. Tan Tan changed his fierce look and said with a salivating face, "Wife, do you have red braised meat to eat?" "You still want to eat red braised meat?" Xia Danfeng said fiercely, "Come with me." She turned around and left. Tan Tan followed behind eagerly. The two figures disappeared in the wind and snow in an instant. The few divine clan elders who were about to stand up heard the Saint King's voice faintly in the wind and snow. "Wife, look. After this big battle, your husband has become more handsome, hasn't he? Get lost!" A clear, sword-like rebuke resounded. All the elders let out a pew sound. They were so shocked by this that their knees, which had just been raised, fell back down again. It was too shocking, handsome, even more handsome. They really couldn't understand why a character like the Saint King would keep harping on this issue. On the other side, the combat power of the law enforcement officers was beyond their expectations. Logically, they were met with strong resistance, because they were the ones who asked for it. For the reinforcement operation this time, the law enforcement officers mobilized the combat power of 4 hulls. Everyone was to gather at the Yi clan's territory within a limited time and then head to the northwest together. These 4 hulls included Lang Ilong's interrogation hall. All the officers had taken the initiative to request, and strongly requested to avenge their boss this time. Only then were they agreed. At this moment, the forces of the 4 hulls had already set up tents outside the Yi clan's territory and waited for a long time. However, the main force from the law enforcement city still hadn't arrived. The people of the 4 hulls were all waiting anxiously. They didn't know what had happened to the main force. The law enforcement officers were known for their strict adherence to orders. They wouldn't allow even a moment's delay, let alone an entire month's delay. After the main force of the law enforcement officers left the law enforcement city, they immediately rushed forward at full speed. However, when they reached the vicinity of the boundless forest that they had to pass through, everyone stopped in their tracks at the same time. Everyone in the team this time was an expert. Their spiritual perception made everyone feel that something was amiss. This place happened to be right between the law enforcement city and the Yi clan's territory. In other words, it was a place that cut across these 2 places. To put it in simpler terms, it was a place where the heavens folded, just like the Black Blood Forest. This boundless forest had long become the training area for the law enforcement officers. Almost all the high-level spirit beasts inside had been slaughtered, and the indigenous forces had long been completely wiped out. If not for the fact that the environment here was too harsh, the headquarters of the law enforcement officers had even planned to set up a branch here. Almost all the law enforcement officers would go back and forth a few times every month or so. It could be said that they were extremely familiar with this place. Even if they walked with their eyes closed, they probably wouldn't make a mistake. However, when everyone arrived here, they unexpectedly discovered that this forest seemed to have changed. Although it wasn't obvious, the law enforcement officers who were all too familiar with this place were still able to discern it with their sharp senses. This phenomenon made everyone feel astonished. The high priest, Miao Jindong, who led the team, had the highest cultivation in this team. He was the first to discover the abnormality. He frowned and waved his hand. The entire team stopped. Have you all discovered that this place is different from before? Miao Jindong's voice was very deep and slow. As he spoke, he looked around cautiously. It's indeed a little different. Another person said, but I can't tell exactly what's different. Trash. Do you have eyes just to cry at a funeral? The high priest scolded. Look carefully at your feet. What's that? That person secretly grimaced after being scolded. When he looked down, he was still confused. It's a road. Oh no, it's a grassland. But what's wrong with it? Isn't it still the same as before? Pooh, talking to a trash whose brain is full of muscles like you will really lower my IQ for 3 years. You still have the cheek to say that everything is the same. Miao Jindong was speechless. He said angrily, same? Is it really the same as before? Grassland. Is there anything wrong with grassland? You bastard, ever since we, the law enforcement officers, opened up such a big road in the boundless forest, we have long separated this road. The vitality of the earth veins has long been cut off. In these tens of thousands of years, has there ever been a blade of grass growing on this road? Now it has become a grassland. How dare you say that there's nothing wrong with it? Chapter 1478. Miao Jindong held his forehead with one hand and sighed. He was completely at his wit's end and did not even bother to say anything. What else could you do to such a thick-skinned troublemaker? If he scolded him, he would not be angry, but he would be angered to death. If he really beat him up, His skin was rough and his flesh was thick. If he hit him lightly, he would just smile at him foolishly. If he hit him too hard, he would be even more annoying. Something is indeed wrong. Another consecrator in the group frowned and said, "This old man had just passed by here last month." At that time, although the forest on both sides of the road was lush, there was still not an inch of grass on the road. But now, it's all inexplicably turned into grass. Also, I don't know if you have noticed, but the trees on both sides of the forest seem to have grown taller. And this place was originally just an ordinary green forest, and its 773 chapters were all caused by greed. First update. But now it is almost dark green. This is clearly a sign of rapid growth due to the abundant nutrients. That's right. Look over there. The trunks of those trees look like they are about to die, but the tops of the trees are still lush and green. This defies common sense. Originally, we could see the blue sky when we opened the road, but now it is completely blocked by the branches and trees. There are some places where we can't even see a trace of sunlight. This matter is very strange. That consecrator said, "Big brother, we are still at the entrance. We have no idea what is happening inside. This place is so strange. As the saying goes, the less trouble the better. And the war in the Northwest is in full swing. The front line is urgently calling for reinforcements. Why don't we take a detour and avoid this place? When the matter over there is over and we come back from the other side, we can figure it out. What do you think?" The consecrator shook his head and sneered. "It is just some strangely growing plants, and it is enough to scare all of you? Strange? How is it strange?" Although what was in front of his eyes was somewhat unusual, it was not to the extent of being described as strange. At most, it was due to some factors that caused these plants to have a will of plants. Chapter 773. The disaster caused by greed, a large amount of vitality was obtained from the outside, which led to the scene before us. I feel that this is actually an opportunity. Perhaps some kind of heavenly treasure was accidentally born here, or perhaps some kind of spiritual spring appeared somewhere. This might not be impossible, right? These things can cause such an effect, right? If it's really as I've guessed, by the time we return from the Northwest, the dishes will have already gone cold. Even if we eat shit, we won't be able to catch up to the hot ones. Won't we regret it for the rest of our lives? Besides, even if there are no treasures, spirit springs, or even some dangers inside, with the strength of the 70 supreme martial artists here, what do we have to fear? Can the unknown road ahead really delay us that much? But what about taking a detour? That would take at least 10 days longer than the original journey. I believe everyone knows how to choose. Everyone chimed in. High Priest's words make sense. In fact, everyone was also curious. From the looks of it, something mysterious must have happened. The possibility of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and the spiritual spring gushing out of the ground was quite high. Even if it wasn't 100%, it was close to the probability. It really occupied more than 10%. Otherwise, such a strange thing wouldn't have happened. This was practically a miracle. It couldn't be that some demon had suddenly become benevolent and released an unlimited amount of vitality, allowing the forest to grow and develop, right? That was practically bullshit. Besides, even if there were peak-level supreme martial artists in the entire continent, even if they could move mountains and fill seas, who could make the entire Baidu world defying heaven's bar, forest grow and develop, wasn't this just a dream? Taking a step back, if they really found the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, everyone who saw them would have a share. Even if they were just following and couldn't eat the meat, they could at least drink the soup, right? Even if they couldn't even drink the soup, the high priest would definitely have to express his gratitude, right? No matter what, this was something that would definitely be profitable. Taking another step back, even if there weren't any heavenly materials and earthly treasures inside, and instead there were demons and evil beasts, they had 80 supreme martial artists here. What kind of danger couldn't they deal with? Did they really think that the law enforcers were made of mud? At most, they would just have to spend a little more energy. Those who were able to reach the level of supreme martial artists were all shrewd people. Thus, everyone's thoughts changed, and they immediately supported the high priest's greed. Another high priest sighed and said, "Since everyone has unanimously decided, let's proceed along this path. It's just that everyone has to be more careful. It's better to be safe than sorry." Everyone agreed loudly, and then they rushed in while laughing. There were 80 supreme martial artists here. What kind of danger couldn't they deal with? However, if there was really a danger that could threaten the supreme martial artists, was there any use in being careful? In the vast forest, Duke Yu sat beside a spring, closing his eyes and circulating his energy. This place was filled with a kind of pure green spiritual energy of heaven and earth. To Duke Yu's elf bloodline, it was really an extremely good tonic. Especially this kind of tonic, it was almost inexhaustible. The unexpected harvest here made Duke Yu full of joy. As for the changes in this vast forest, it was naturally caused by the arrival of Duke Yu, a pure elf. In this world, perhaps there really wasn't any peak-level supreme martial artist who could make flowers and trees wither in an instant. This was the basic knowledge of the entire continent. However, this knowledge definitely didn't apply to the elf race. The elf race was a living creature that was born with the ability to communicate with plants. Even an ordinary elf could make trees and flowers flourish, let alone a top-grade elf like Duke Yu, who had such a high-level elf royal bloodline. Especially a royal bloodline elf who had the cultivation of a high-level supreme martial artist. It was completely reasonable for a top-grade elf like Duke Yu to cause such a change in the vast forest. There was no accident at all. It was just that those 80 supreme martial artists didn't know, not at all. After all, the elf race had already left the continent for 100,000 years. This was really too far away for humans who could forget a lot of things in 3 to 5 years. Thus, an accident occurred. Originally, after coming to the upper 3 heavens through the heaven passage, Duke Yu had long wanted to look for Chu Yang to complete the spring of life. Duke Yu was simply drooling over Chu Yang's Holy Spirit spring. It was just that that guy liked to hide the good stuff and wasn't generous at all. If Duke Yu had known about it before the two of them broke up the last time they were together, he definitely wouldn't have left Chu Yang's side. Thinking of this, Duke Yu cursed that stingy guy in his heart. He clearly knew that it was very useful to me, yet he gave me so little. The next time I see him, I'll beat him into a pig's head and then torture him to snatch it. However, his elven bloodline had already been fully opened, and all the elven inheritance had already returned to him. This unforeseen event had caused him to immediately receive a special response from his elven bloodline after he had entered the upper 3 heavens. This was even more pleasantly surprised than the Holy Spirit spring. Duke Yu was so pleasantly surprised that he almost fainted. In the beginning, he thought that there were still people of the same race in the upper 3 heavens. Driven by his great joy, and coupled with the urgent summons of the unique bloodline of the elves, Duke Yu felt uneasy. Therefore, he dispelled the idea of immediately changing his original plan. Instead, he changed his original route and followed the elf summons. But after arriving here, he realized that there were no elves in the upper 3 heavens. There wasn't even a trace of the elf race. As for the source of the elf bloodline, it came from underground. After a long period of judgment, analysis, and research, Duke Yu finally confirmed that what was buried at an unknown depth underground should be the City of Elves from the ancient times. Back when the heavens collapsed, the elven race's mighty figures had exhausted all means to preserve a trace of their bloodline inheritance, preventing the City of Elves from being completely annihilated. However, although the entire City of Elves was complete, it was ultimately annihilated and sunk into the ground due to the changes of time. The members of the elf race could only develop and advance quickly in the City of Elves and become the top existence in the world. And although this vast forest didn't have the ability to activate the City of Elves, it still emitted a special spiritual energy day and night because of the existence of the City of Elves. This kind of spiritual energy didn't have much effect on other races and races other than the elf race. At most, they would think that the air here was fresher. but to the elves it was a rare blessing. Especially now, the elf chi that had been emitting for more than 100,000 years had been stored here. To Dukyu now, it was equivalent to a natural and completely defenseless, huge treasure trove. Dukyu didn't dare to touch the underground city of elves for the time being. He didn't know anything about the situation below. After all, it was something from 100,000 years ago. If he wasn't careful and an accident happened, he was afraid that his excavation would cause the city of elves, which had been holding up for 100,000 years, to collapse. That would be terrible. Where would he find medicine for regret? At least, he had to fulfill that condition before he could try to activate it completely. The condition was simple. That was to pour the spring of life into the spring. After the spring of life seeped down, the underground city of elves would absorb the vitality of the spring of life and recover its vitality. Only then would there be a chance for the city of elves to see the light of day again. If he really dug rashly, the moment he dug it out would be the moment of destruction. Dukyu, who understood all the key points, didn't dare to act rashly. This was the last ruin of the elf race. Once there was a mistake, he would be the sinner of the entire elf race. Therefore, since the day Wei Gong arrived here, he had been cultivating day and night to improve his cultivation. In these few days, he had absorbed a huge amount of fairy energy. Even Wei Gong himself couldn't estimate how much fairy energy he had absorbed. However, the amount of fairy energy that flowed out of this place was already enormous. Once he finished absorbing all of it, it was hard to say how much fairy energy he would be able to improve his cultivation to. He believed that it would be very exciting. It was just that it had only been half a year since he came here, and Dukyu already felt that his cultivation had steadily improved to the peak of 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist. It seemed that he was only a step away from 2nd grade Supreme Martial Artist. He could make another breakthrough at any time. And today was the crucial moment for him to break through to 2nd grade Supreme Martial Artist. Chapter 1479. Dukyu sat cross-legged with his palms facing the sky. He could clearly feel the massive amount of spiritual energy gushing into his body from the top of his head. It was instantly absorbed by him. Then, the top of his head turned into a vacuum, which was then filled up by the spiritual energy from all directions. Then he absorbed it again. Such a cycle was truly an endless stream, without any end. The next moment, Dukyu acutely sensed that his dantian had been completely filled up by the spiritual energy. Without any hesitation, he started to break through. The cultivation in his dantian instantly turned into a sharp arrow, rushing toward the middle stage Supreme Martial Artist barrier, intending to finish it in one go. But what he didn't expect was that at this critical moment, an accident happened. What the heck? This place has really changed a lot. A law enforcement officer casually waved his palm. Wherever the wind from his palm passed, all the branches, roots, vines, and other obstacles in the way were all removed. He shouted loudly, "The scene here is really quite unbelievable." The tree roots, vines, and other things seem to have spontaneously emerged to block the way. It has only been a few months since I last came here. How can it grow so fast? If there isn't some kind of treasure to help the plants grow, I won't believe it even if I'm beaten to death. Another person nodded in agreement. With a casual wave of his palm, he had already cleared out the dense tree branches that had completely covered the sky. He said, "Isn't that so? It's really strange, right? I've heard that those heavenly treasures all have their own spirituality. They might not necessarily appear there. One moment they might be in the northeast, but the next moment they feel that the southwest is better. I'm thinking that the supernatural events here might be caused by such movement. Otherwise, how could such a shocking scene happen in such a short period of time? Not bad, not bad. It makes a lot of sense. Brother Wang is indeed knowledgeable. Of course, I think that to have such high speed, it must be a top-grade heavenly treasure. With such spirituality, I reckon that such a heavenly treasure might already have a human form, or even that this heavenly treasure might already have a spirit. This is highly possible. Everyone discussed as they moved forward quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had already traveled dozens of miles. Wherever they passed, all the obstructing plants on the road were cleared away. Even the branches and trees above their heads were all swept away. The sky was clear and sunlight shone in, filling the eyes with indescribable, verdant greenery. Seeing the light of day again, the 80 Supreme Being experts were overjoyed. Duke Yu was so angry that his nose was crooked. Previously, he had spent a lot of effort to cover the entire sky above the forest with trees. Furthermore, he had made the entire forest into a natural formation suitable for the elves to cultivate. Only in this way could he ensure that the elven aura would not leak out in the slightest. He wanted to make use of this geographical advantage to prepare to break through to the supreme martial artist level. Who would have thought that at the most crucial moment, an unexpected flaw would suddenly appear in this carefully prepared elven formation? A gap would appear in the sky above certain places for no apparent reason. As soon as the gap appeared, the fairy chi, which had been abnormally abundant and condensed in one place, immediately had more options and began to dissipate from the gap. And it was showing signs of getting faster and faster. This sudden turn of events almost caused Duke Yu's cultivation to go berserk on the spot. How could this be? I had clearly set it up very, very well previously. With the spiritual chi dissipating, the supply would naturally be lacking. This supreme grade breakthrough had ended without a start or end. Duke Yu was extremely depressed. He could not figure out where exactly had gone wrong. Just as he was about to go and check it out, he heard a voice from afar. Hee. Elder Meow, this time we are destined to be rich. Look at this scene. The treasure here is definitely not a small matter. An old man's voice was very reserved as he said, "Yes, as long as we find it, everyone will benefit. Now all of you cheer up. Don't let the treasure not recognize it in front of us. That would be too much of a pity. We are all experienced hunters here. How could a fox escape from the cracks of our fingers? That's right. Fuck! Why are the trees above us still so dense? It seems like the further we go, the denser it gets. This is so damn depressing. Watch me sweep through an army of thousands and flatten it with one palm. Boom! Brother Lee's cultivation is indeed good. The power of one palm can sweep through 1,000 feet of the sky." Duke Yu's eyes were spitting fire. He was a genuine senior supreme grade expert. How could he not know what had gone wrong? Fuck him. It turned out that someone was sabotaging. Can't you fucking sabotage at any time? Do you have to interfere when I am about to succeed? What kind of deep hatred do I have with you for causing me to fail on the verge of success? Aren't you fucking bastards? If I don't chop these bastards into pieces, I will be letting down all the effort that I have wasted, and let down all the spiritual chi. Duke Yu stood up with a furious look on his face. His body emitted a tyrannical aura as he flew out like an arrow leaving the bow. He shot towards the direction of the sound like a lightning bolt. Miao Zhendong and the rest opened their divine senses as they rushed forward. They paid close attention, fearing that they would miss the trace of the treasure. As they moved forward, they could vaguely feel that some kind of mysterious feeling was getting closer and closer. Moreover, the speed of its approach was abnormally fast. In an instant, everyone became excited. The treasure must be right in front of them. It seems like it is taking the initiative to deliver itself to them. What is luck? Isn't this it? Keep quiet. Don't disturb the treasure. If the treasure is disturbed, it might run thousands of miles away. Then all our efforts will be for naught. It would be boring if we fail at the last step. Miao Zhendong warned everyone seriously. Great Consecrator, do you think that this treasure is already a spirit? I have lived for so long, but I have never seen a treasure in human form before. A second-grade supreme grade martial artist said with some fascination. This is hard to say now. Miao Zhendong said, cautiously, any heavenly material and earthly treasure that has taken the form of a human is something that can only be encountered by chance. It has always only existed in legends, and no one has ever seen it. I heard that only those with great luck can see it. But no one can say that it definitely doesn't exist, right? Don't we have such a chance today? Another person said, yes, if it really is. Besides, looking at the situation here, how can ordinary treasures have such a function? We have encountered such a miraculous scene. Isn't this great luck? The previous person said, that's true. It is really great luck. Miao Zhendong was also a little excited. At this moment, a burst of rapid air-breaking sound came from afar, a voice that seemed to suppress the huge anger of the 3 rivers and 4 seas asked in a deep voice, who are all of you? Why are you here to ruin my good thing? Everyone turned to look. Instantly, there was a burst of joyful exclamations. There was a person in front. This person was covered in green from head to toe. Even his hair was green. On his hair, there was a small flower that was slowly blooming. Although this person looked very angry, he still gave people a very refreshing feeling. There were even people with discerning eyes who noticed another incredible phenomenon. Following the appearance of this person in green, the flowers and trees at the side seemed to suddenly become excited. There were even a few stalks of grass that started to sprout green buds. What kind of situation was this? It was a miracle. What kind of thing could create such a shocking scene? It was great luck. Look, look, look. What the fuck? A supreme martial artist pointed at the grass under his feet excitedly. He was so excited that he stuttered, look, this grass! This grass! Grass! What the fuck? Everyone lowered their heads to take a look. Instantly, exclamations of surprise filled the air. A total of 80 supreme martial artists shouted, fuck, at the same time. This was a truly shocking scene. This grass. What the fuck? What the fuck? This grass is really. What the fuck? Then everyone looked up at the same time. They looked at the person in green in front of them with a gaze that was so hot that it could almost melt steel. They stared at him so hard that some people even started to drool. There was really a monster, and it was a completely human-shaped treasure. A monster. My God, I'm going to die from happiness. There's actually such a heaven-defying treasure in this world, and we've even encountered it. This is really a blessing from our ancestors' graves. This is the so-called Great Fate. What's the legendary? For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Dukyu. They looked at him from head to toe again and again. Dukyu came with a heart full of anger. He couldn't wait to swallow this bunch of bastards who spoiled his plans. However, he actually had goosebumps all over his body because of the focused gazes of these people. He felt as if he was a naked, peerless beauty who had suddenly met a group of old bachelors who hadn't seen a woman for 80,000 years. They were all super hooligans. Their gazes were as if they wanted to swallow him alive. A chill ran down his spine. This supreme martial artist, who had almost climbed to the peak, actually, he couldn't help but take a step back. He said with uncertainty, "You guys, what do you want to do?" Wahaha! A supreme martial artist laughed out loud with boundless pride. "Baby, what do we want to do? You asked us what we want to do. What do you think we want to do? What can we do?" Ha ha! Duke Yu's hair instantly stood up. "Old man, did I meet a group of that thing? And it's a large group of that thing?" He said angrily, "You bastard, open your dog eyes and look carefully. Old man is a man. Man." That supreme martial artist opened his eyes wide. He suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. He was extremely happy. A man is even better. Old man likes you to be a man. Ha ha ha. Then I'll have one more piece. The other dozens of people laughed out loud. They were overjoyed. Not bad, not bad. This thing is really good. He can actually talk, scold people, and even call himself old man. This is really rare. Yes, yes. What's even more amazing is that he even knows that he's a man. He's quite smart. We're really lucky. If we didn't come here, how would we have met this man? We're really lucky. Yes, yes. Chapter 1480. Duke Yu slowly raised his eyebrows. If he was furious just now, he was furious now. Damn it! Nothing is too strange in this world. Normally, it would be bad enough to meet one of them. Who would have thought that he would meet a group of them today? And they are all experts. Any one of them is a supreme martial artist. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the principle of birds of a feather flocking together and birds of a feather flocking together could be reflected in such a serious matter? This is too unimaginable. A group of men actually want to molest an old man? You are courting death! Duke Yu roared. His murderous aura instantly surged out. It was obvious that Duke Yu had the intention to kill. Ha ha ha. Courting death? A supreme martial artist laughed wildly. He grinned and said, Yes, yes, an old man will die of happiness. You can make an old man die of happiness. I understand. Do you understand? This guy can actually get angry. He even has a murderous aura. It's quite a strong murderous aura. Damn, this is really good stuff. Miao Jindong shouted, Everyone don't move. I have already said that I want to be the first to enjoy this man. That's right, that's right. The others echoed, Of course we have to satisfy the head consecrator first, but we beg the head consecrator to leave some soup for us to taste. Duke Yu was so angry that his whole body started to tremble. This is too disgusting. Why is this group of people more disgusting than the other? Who are they? One of them carefully took a step forward. He didn't know what he was thinking. His nose twitched violently and he took 2 deep breaths. Immediately, he had a satisfied look on his face. It smells so good. Everyone smell it. His body smells really good. It's an indescribable fragrance. Oh, I'm so intoxicated. It's intoxicating. The others immediately felt as if they had discovered a new continent. They all twitched their noses. What kind of power was it when dozens of supreme martial artists took a deep breath together? In the blink of an eye, the area became a vacuum. Everyone who took a deep breath had an intoxicated look on their faces. It smells so good. TSK, TSK, TSK. I can't wait. Such a good thing only happens once every 10,000 years. How can there be such a fragrant smell? Nonsense. How can a fairy's body not be fragrant? Miao Jindong shouted, Surround them. Don't let him escape. Yes, this time it's really cool. We're going to have a good time. Hurry up and use your cultivation to solidify the ground. Don't let him drill into the ground. Not bad. Hurry up. Damn, everyone, look, the fragrance is even stronger now that this guy is angry. I'm going to get drunk again. This feels so good. That's right, it's actually a man, ha ha ha. I wonder if this thing is tasty? Someone suddenly thought of something and looked fascinated. I really want to try it. Nonsense, who doesn't want to try it? That must be where the essence lies. Do you think you're worthy? Even if it's my turn, it won't be yours. Forget it. Don't think about those useless things. That thing will definitely belong to the great consecrator alone. It's already good enough that we can get our hands on it. That's true. Only the head consecrator has such good fortune. Sigh, just imagine that scene. Head consecrator's mouth. Heske. That's right. I don't know how thick it will be. Those tree roots and vines outside just now were already very thick. I don't know if his ability to induce rebirth will work on himself. Everyone started to laugh, lewdly for some unknown reason. The great consecrator Miao Jindong's face turned red, and he said angrily, A bunch of bastards! Always taking that kind of thing is like taking medicine. What nonsense are you talking about? What a scandal. That's right. Eating that thing is like eating medicine. Yes, it's medicine, not that thing. That's not right if it can really be reborn. Then wouldn't all of us have a chance to get it? Cut one, and another one grows. Of course, the first round will definitely belong to the great consecrator. We'll be satisfied if we can make it to the second, third, or fourth round. Everyone chimed in. Let's not talk about those nonsense first. This thing seems to have a very high cultivation level. Everyone should be careful when dealing with it. The second consecrator reminded loudly. As he spoke, Duke Yu's murderous aura became thicker and thicker. It had already reached an uncontrollable level. What the fuck? What kind of fucking perverts are you? It's already disgusting enough to play with it, and you actually want to eat my thing? You actually eat it like eating medicine? Why don't you fucking eat yours? All of you are courting death. Duke Yu shouted angrily and flew up. The current situation was no longer a matter of whether they would let Duke Yu go or not. On the contrary, Duke Yu would definitely not let them go. Among these people, the ones with the highest cultivation level were the two old men in the lead. Their strength was basically the same as his, at the peak of 8th grade supreme martial artist. But don't forget that below this piece of land was the city of fairies. Above them was a vast forest that stretched for thousands of miles. This was Duke Yu's absolute home ground. In such a place, Duke Yu didn't have to worry about getting hurt at all. No matter how serious his injuries were, as long as he wasn't dismembered on the spot, he would be able to recover in a very short time. Even if a mid-grade supreme martial artist came, Duke Yu was confident that he would definitely be able to fight and even win. Not to mention these people in front of him. What the fuck? He's really angry. Someone shouted. Oh no, I don't know if his essence will leak out when he's angry. Someone made a look of pity and continued to daydream. Then where will it leak out from? Another person joined in the fun. While they were talking, Miao Jindong had already flown up and took the lead, impatiently facing Duke Yu in midair. Bang! 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 3 loud and muffled sounds were heard as the two of them were shot to the left and right like 2 sharp arrows. Miao Jindong's trembling hands were almost numb. He shouted, "This thing's cultivation level is very high. It might not be lower than mine. Everyone be careful." His voice had already become heavy and cautious. As the saying goes, once an expert makes a move, one will know whether he's an expert or not. Although it was just a move, Miao Jindong already knew that the cultivation level of this human-shaped treasure in front of him was extraordinarily high. If he hadn't acted in time just now, even if those 2 fellows didn't die, at the very least they would be injured. Even he himself was almost seriously injured because he underestimated the enemy just now. However, in addition to being surprised, but at the same time there was also a kind of suppressed excitement. A human-shaped monster formed by a heavenly treasure could actually have such a cultivation level. Then, if he could swallow this treasure into his stomach, how would he be able to eat it? With that thought, the great consecrator felt so excited that he almost suffocated. His gaze was even more salivating as he looked at Duke Yu's crotch. The essence of the treasure, there should be even more miraculous effects, right? If he could eat it, wahaha, too excited. This old man is really too excited. Damn, at such an old age, it wouldn't be strange even if he became an immortal on the spot. Everyone's reaction was more or less the same. After hearing this sentence, everyone's heart tightened. They were shocked by the strength of this human-shaped treasure. Then they became even more excited and dizzy. It's actually a treasure that's so strong to such an extent. It's really a treasure, a rare treasure that I've never seen in my life. Besides, so what if this guy's strength is about the same as the great consecrators? There are so many of us here. Even if we were to pile him up, he would die. As Duke Yu flew back, he opened his hands and a green brilliance surged. His 2 arms suddenly extended and grabbed 2 people on his left and right. As he retreated, he dragged them horizontally. As he roared, an unforeseen event occurred. All of a sudden, 2 masses of dark green energy rushed out from his 2 arms. In an instant, the surrounding flowers and trees suddenly grew at an astonishing speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Countless vines thickened by several times in an instant and became as hard as iron. Like an octopus from the bottom of the sea, they waved their tentacles and swept towards everyone. Countless tree roots suddenly flew out from the ground and wrapped around everyone. Even the grass on the ground suddenly sprouted countless branches and wrapped around everyone's legs. In an instant, the entire forest turned into a raging sea of green. The miraculous change in front of everyone's eyes made everyone dumbfounded. What a treasure! What a powerful treasure! Miao Zhendong's eyes shone with a divine light. His excitement had reached an extremely high level. He shouted with a trembling voice that seemed to be releasing all his emotions. A palm flew out and countless vines were shattered. However, more vines followed and wrapped around them. Behind the vines, Duke Yu looked at them with a cold and stern gaze. He was expressionless, as if he was looking at a dead person. Beside him, there were already two corpses. They were the two people that he had casually grabbed and killed when he retreated. Another wave of green energy surged on his legs. Immediately, countless vines and tree roots rushed up and dragged the two bloody corpses into the ground, turning them into fertilizer. Duke Yu's killing intent rose, and he could no longer control it. For so many years, he was forced to hide in the upper three heavens by the great clans of the upper three heavens. For someone as arrogant as him, this was simply unbearable. However, he couldn't bear it anymore. He had to bear it. But now that he had finally recovered his former strength and found such a treasured land after coming up, he encountered such a group of perverts when he was about to achieve great things. Such blasphemy was simply unbearable. Even if he could bear it, he couldn't bear it. Damn it. He was going to explode. With a shrill howl, Duke Yu's entire body flew out like a green lightning bolt. With a shake of his hand, a third-grade Supreme Martial Artist's heavenly spirit was instantly shattered. The second high priest flew over from the side to rescue him. Duke Yu didn't want to get entangled in a fight with him. With a flying kick, he kicked the third-grade Supreme Martial Artist who had just turned into a corpse, causing it to fall towards the second high priest. While the second high priest was dodging, Duke Yu's face was filled with rage and killing intent. He started a massacre again. 3 consecutive kicks were sent out at high speed. 3 Supreme Martial Artists in front of him, left and right, let out loud screams at the same time. They flew up into the sky and spat out blood. They were barely breathing. Vines automatically flew out from the trees on both sides and grabbed the bodies of the 3 people in midair, pulling them to both sides at the same time. Chapter 1481. Hiss! The 3 of them were sliced into pieces in midair. Fresh blood poured down from the sky like a waterfall. Duke Yu let out a long howl. His body swayed continuously as he dodged at high speed. Suddenly, a sharp sword pierced towards his ribs from a strange angle. His entire body dodged slightly to the side, and the treasured sword seemed to have brushed past his muscles. Duke Yu's palm had already sent the head of the owner of the treasured sword flying. A saber came slashing towards Duke Yu's face. Duke Yu tilted his body and sent a flying kick towards the person's crotch. Ouch! A tragic cry rang out. It didn't sound like a human's voice at all. That person screamed miserably as he flew over Duke Yu's head with his blade. Duke Yu stretched out his hand, and by the time that person flew over his head, he had already been sliced into 2. Chapter 770. Duke Yu's Wrath, 4th update. Darling is very fierce. Everyone be careful. Miao Zhendong shouted loudly. When the word baby entered his ears, Duke Yu became even more furious. Damn it, you are still talking about baby, even at this point in time. Baby your grandpa. With a flash of sword light, the long sword that was clamped under his ribs flew out. With a pu sound, it pierced through the body of an expert. The remaining strength of the sword didn't diminish as it brought the body of the expert flying backwards, crashing into a tree. The long sword was nailed to the tree. This person was already dead. His body was hanging on the sword and slowly slid down. As it slid down, his body was sliced into 2. Duke Yu's body flashed again and again. Sometimes he was in the east, sometimes he was in the west. Sometimes he was in the front, and sometimes he was in the right. In the blink of an eye, He had already circled around the entire arena. Behind him, at least 30 supreme martial artist experts had their eyes bulging out. Duke Yu wasn't completely unharmed. His body was also hit by 2 palms from one of the experts before he died. However, he didn't seem to have any reaction at all. It was as if he wasn't affected at all. It was only at this moment that the 2 consecrators who were leading the team turned pale with fright. They didn't expect this monster to be so fierce. With a whistle, everyone retreated. However, Duke Yu wasn't willing to let them go just like that. Part 7. The Fury of Duke Yu. Chase. Another 3 people turned into 3 clouds of blood mist in the process of retreating. Exactly half of the 80 experts were eliminated. There were 40 more. And all these changes happened in the short span of a few flicks of a finger. The ecstasy of discovering a human-shaped treasure in their hearts had yet to dissipate, but it had already turned into resentful spirits. No, it was more accurate to say that all the vengeful spirits were gone. Under the effect of Duke Yu's elven aura, the souls of those experts who had just died tragically were decomposed by the invisible green energy in the air and turned into pure heaven and earth energy. The souls of these insufferably arrogant Supreme Being experts had all turned into great nourishment for the trees in this place. Although the bloody massacre had begun, the surrounding trees and plants acted as cleaners, burying all the corpses and mangled flesh as they appeared. Even the bloodstains were cleaned up. The surrounding flowering trees and bushes that could bear flowers bloomed beautifully, and in an instant the fragrance of the flowers filled the air, and the smell of blood disappeared. As far as the eye could see, it was a beautiful garden with a myriad of colors, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers. Was this the battlefield that had just devoured 40 experts? However, such a beautiful place was actually the most terrifying and horrifying place of slaughter. Miao Jindong no longer had the playful look from before, and his expression was extremely solemn as he stared at Duke Yu. Even though so many people had already died, the passion in the hearts of the remaining people had not diminished at all. Instead, it had surged even higher. This was a human-shaped treasure. The more powerful the treasure, the more powerful its effects would be. If they were to consume it, then their cultivation? Wouldn't it be like rubbing? What was there to be afraid of when people died? If they died, it would mean that they were not capable enough. The more people who died, the better. The fewer people there were, the more they would be able to get, right? As the saying goes, greed blinds one's mind. Until now, this group of people still hadn't seen the situation in front of them and hadn't been able to clearly judge the terrifying strength in front of them. The 40 people formed a semicircle around Duke Yu, and at the center of the encirclement was Duke Yu's tall figure. "Sir, what kind of thing are you?" Miao Jindong's eyes were filled with fervor, and his pupils shrunk. He secretly gathered his strength and asked, "What kind of treasure are you?" Transforming into a human? Facing such a powerful human-shaped treasure, Miao Jindong no longer dared to treat it lightly. Even the tone of his voice had risen from treasure to sir. Duke Yu was startled and said, "What? What did you say? What treasure? Transforming into a human? What are you talking about?" This group of people were very abnormal, and their strength was tyrannical. How could they speak so carelessly? I really don't know how they obtained their tyrannical cultivation. Miao Zhendong thought that the monster in front of him was putting on an act and was trying to make him lower his guard. So he said indifferently, "Although your figure and actions are no different from a human, how can you hide from this old man's discerning eyes? This old man has long seen that you are the incarnation of a monster. Tell me, what kind of thing are you?" Duke Yu was tongue-tied and said angrily, "You're the monster. Your whole family is full of monsters. Always your grandpa. With those 2 dead fish eyes of yours, you still dare to call yourself discerning eyes? I think you're more like a chicken eye or a chicken eye." Miao Jindong said calmly, "Your strength is not ordinary. Why do you have to lower yourself and hurt people with your words? However, it doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. Today's outcome has already been decided. I will definitely beat you back to your original form. Everyone get ready. With a schwa sound, all the experts took a step forward in unison and assumed a battle stance. Duke Yu suddenly felt very conflicted in his heart. What kind of person is this? How dare he say that I hurt people with my words? If I had said something that hurt people, how badly would you hurt me? Why do I look like a monster? How am I putting on an act? Could it be that these people are actually treating me as a spirit? Heavenly treasure. Treasure, I'm really fucking speechless. A bunch of idiots. Just you wait. You old bastard on the other side. Open those chicken eyes of yours wide and look carefully. Is there a monster as handsome as me? Duke Yu was furious. Haha. Miao Jindong's gaze was like a deep pool, and he still looked calm. Monsters will never admit that they are monsters. I don't want to argue with you anymore. When I beat you back to your original form, everything will be clear. Duke Yu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This old bastard, just you wait. Let's see if I'll beat you up. There were still 2 8th grade supreme martial artists, 3 7th grade supreme martial artists, 7 9th grade supreme martial artists, 10 5th grade supreme martial artists, but only 3 4th grade supreme martial artists and 5 3rd grade supreme martial artists. The other 10 were all 2nd grade supreme martial artists. Those that he had killed just now seemed to be a glorious result, reducing the enemy's head by half. However, most of them were 2nd and 3rd grade supreme martial artists. The 2 strongest ones were only 4th grade supreme martial artists. This wasn't much of a loss to the enemy's high-end combat strength. This was also the real reason why the enemy didn't panic in the face of such a shocking change, and even had the confidence to turn the situation around. It seemed that the following tough battle could be expected. If it weren't for the trump card of exchanging injury for injury, the situation wouldn't have been optimistic for him. In fact, in terms of pure strength, although Duke Yu had already reached the peak of 8th grade supreme martial artist, the other party had 2 8th grade supreme martial artists and a 7th grade supreme martial artist, and many other high-grade supreme martial artists as support. The encirclement had already been formed, and even if he wanted to escape, it would be a difficult matter. However, this was the home ground of the fairies, and Duke Yu was a top-notch royal fairy. But for both sides, this was an unimaginable battle. Duke Yu was innocent, and the enemy was also wrong due to a combination of factors. Duke Yu sneered and slowly recited, I am the king of the 8 barren lands. I am the king of the 10,000 rivers and mountains. His body floated in the air. Everyone go. Miao Jindong's pupils shrank. Everyone, pay attention to your strength. Don't break it. If it breaks, the medicinal effect will be greatly reduced, and the loss will outweigh the gain. Everyone rushed forward. Duke Yu let out a long howl and descended from the sky. He rushed into the crowd like a sharp arrow. Bang! After exchanging a palm strike with the 2nd high priest, the 2nd high priest's body retreated rapidly. He wanted to borrow the momentum of his retreat to dissipate this tyrannical impact. However, Duke Yu, who was similarly impacted by the huge impact, did not retreat but instead advanced. Forcefully enduring the surging blood and qi in his chest, he let out a loud shout and grabbed out with both of his hands. The heads of the 2 2nd grade supreme martial artists were grabbed by him at the same time, and with a bang, the 2 watermelons exploded, splattering red all over the ground. After succeeding in his attack, he still didn't retreat. He took a step forward and kicked out. The high priest didn't take the attack. His body flashed, and his palm came down like a knife. Duke Yu retracted his leg and moved to the left side of the high priest like a ghost. He actually put his shoulder under the high priest's palm. At the same time, he punched the high priest's left chest. The great consecrator let out a muffled groan as he spat out a mouthful of blood. It happened to merge with the blood that Duke Yu had spat out. The great consecrator Miao Jindong hastily retreated. But how could Dukyu let him escape? Among so many people, the most disgusting and hateful one was this old pervert, this tortoise bastard. His whole body withstood the attacks from all directions, and he moved forward like lightning. His palms were like giant axes that could split mountains, and he continuously attacked Miao Jindong's chest. Miao Jindong's body flew close to the ground as he retreated, and he kept defending with his palms. He was shocked and angry at the same time. "You don't want to live anymore." He couldn't be blamed for shouting like that. The other party's fighting style was obviously a suicidal fighting style. It was even a self-destructive attack. If he wasn't careful, he would die before he could kill Miao Jindong. After all, the high priest was only taking on Dukyu's own attacks, and Dukyu himself had to take on countless attacks from all directions. Full of bullshit. If you want to kill me, will you let me live? If you don't take the opportunity to find a scapegoat, when will you? Dukyu smiled coldly. "Old bastard. Didn't you say that you want to eat my treasure? I'll give you a chance. Come and eat, you pervert." While he was talking, his hand still didn't relax. Suddenly he roared, "Living beings of heaven and earth, be used by me. Come." Fourth update. 3,320 update. There are still 4.5 hours left until 24 o'clock. Can my monthly votes reach 3,420? I continued to write. Chapter 1482. Following Dukyu's loud roar. The entire forest seemed to be shaking. Countless green streams of air swirled and surged towards the battlefield. Dukyu breathed out and inhaled. He fought crazily while using his body to resist the attacks. At the same time, he absorbed a huge amount of spirit energy to heal his injuries. He was injured at every moment, but he was also recovering at every moment. Bang, bang, bang. Miao Jindong forcefully took a breath and received 17 palm attacks. Dukyu's chi and blood were already surging. Blood flowed out of his mouth. The surrounding Supreme's palm attacks were also landing on his body. However, he still didn't care. After a round of brute force, Miao Jindong's last breath was completely exhausted, and he could no longer hold on. His face suddenly turned bright red, and he let out a miserable shriek. His entire right arm was broken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood that filled the sky. Part 777, a powerful monster. Fifth update. His entire body plowed a huge ditch on the ground as he flew out with a boom. Miao Jindong's momentum came to a stop when his back hit a large tree with a bang. However, before Miao Jindong could recover from his shock, the roots of the large tree automatically emerged from the ground and tightly wrapped around him along with the vines at the side. Miao Jindong let out a loud roar. Something that looked like a burning flame was emitted from his body. The surrounding roots and vines were instantly turned into ashes. Dukyu originally planned to continue chasing and killing Miao Jindong. However, he didn't expect the sound of wind behind him. Following that, he roared, "Evil creature! Damn it!" The second consecrator had finally arrived. This time, he went all out and didn't hold back anymore. If he held back any longer, he would probably end up in the same state as Miao Jindong. After all, Dukyu's tyrannical strength and his determination to fight with his life were too terrifying. Seeing the second consecrator's ferocious attack, Dukyu didn't fight back. He somersaulted and escaped into the sky. He had already arrived on the trunk of a big tree. With a flash of green light, the tree branches grew densely and covered the entire sky above everyone's head. The second consecrator let out a loud roar and struck out with his palm. 100 feet tall demon. Fifth update. The sky instantly cleared up. However, Dukyu was nowhere to be seen. Only a hoarse laughter could be heard. "Wait for your death, bastards!" Everyone leaped onto the treetops at the same time. As far as the eye could see, that green-clothed figure was nowhere to be seen. A painful groan came from below. The source was none other than High Consecrator Miao Jindong. "He's too powerful. Miao Zhendong's old face scrunched up like a cigar. He said angrily, "I didn't expect this treasure to be so fierce." Cough, cough, cough. As he coughed, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. When he was fighting with Dukyu, his initial intention of retreating was to neutralize the huge amount of energy that was generated from the conflict between the two of them. Without any surprises, it was the most logical, even a supreme being of the highest grade. After exchanging a blow with his full strength, he also needed to retreat to reduce his strength. Otherwise, he would have to use his own body to withstand the huge impact caused by the aftershock of the palm strike, which would most likely cause his internal organs to be shaken. This wasn't a joke. Although it wasn't easy for Supreme Being experts to get injured, and they could quickly recover from ordinary injuries, it wasn't easy for them to recover from injuries caused by experts of the same level. But he never thought that he would encounter such a monster today. One of them had reached the peak of the 8th level of the Supreme Martial Artist realm. He completely disregarded his own safety and raised his hand to risk his life. This was really a weirdo. Not only did he not retreat after exchanging a blow with the second High Consecrator, he also fought with him until both of them were injured. In fact, he was getting crazier and crazier. Swords and sabers fell like rain, and fists and palms flowed like water. None of the attacks were a joke, but he didn't care at all. He just aimed at himself and crazily smashed 20 palms. He smashed himself down from the sky and smashed himself into the ground. That wasn't the end. He kept smashing himself until he couldn't catch his breath. Miao Zhendong could guarantee with his life that this bastard's injuries were definitely more serious than his own. In fact, it was more than twice as serious. But he still did it. He did it without any hesitation. He did it without any scruples. And what made Miao Zhendong the most sullen was that he wasn't the only one who wanted to eat him. Do you have to be so relentless? Do you dare to risk your life a little more? Miao Zhendong became even angrier after he carefully examined his injuries. His internal organs were severely damaged, and almost all of them showed signs of displacement. His right arm was broken, and his entire arm was shattered. He was almost half crippled, and 3 of his ribs were broken. Even breathing could cause him severe pain. Until now, he still had an uncontrollable urge to vomit blood. What the fuck was going on? This is really, really beyond the norm of martial arts. There's actually such a monster. The High Consecrator felt very embarrassed. He didn't know how long it had been since he was last injured. High Consecrator, this is what I think. That thing has such an ability. It should be like that in the first place. Another mid-grade Supreme Martial Artist said with a wry smile. After all, it's a different existence from us. It's a demon. That makes sense. Miao Zhendong felt slightly relieved. He forced himself to stand up from the ground. There was no point in saying anything else now. It was more important to heal his injuries as soon as possible. The second High Consecrator hurried forward and transferred his cultivation to help heal his injuries. Among those present, only the second High Consecrator had this ability. The help of the others was either a drop in the bucket or would only make things worse. With the departure of that demon, the environment here seemed to have returned to normal. Thinking of that inexplicable battle just now, more than half of the 80 people who came out of the house were actually lost. Everyone's hearts were somewhat heavy. Everyone, let's continue forward. Miao Zhendong recovered some of his energy. He waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be discouraged. This demon is already seriously injured. My injuries are already this bad, so his injuries are definitely more serious than mine. Most importantly, that fellow already hates us to the core. Such a strange creature that has taken human form is narrow-minded and vengeful. He will definitely not give up on revenge. His revenge is an opportunity that we can make use of. Therefore, everyone must be alert and pay attention to the movements around us. Since the opportunity has come, we must not let it slip through our fingers." High Consecrator is right. Everyone said in unison. So what if a few people died? You have to give up something to gain something. If you want to gain something, You have to give something. How could there be success without sacrifice? Moreover, that fellow was already seriously injured, even more seriously than the High Consecrator. The High Consecrator still had the second Consecrator to help him recuperate. That demon couldn't possibly find another of his kind to help him recuperate, right? Big brother, I feel a little uneasy in my heart. I keep feeling that there's something wrong with what happened today. The second Consecrator frowned. That is it really a demon? The High Consecrator turned his head. You have other opinions? What I mean is, although that person's battle style is unusually strong and very different from ordinary people, I keep feeling that it's still a person fighting with us and not a demon. The second Consecrator was somewhat worried. My feeling tells me that the enemy we've provoked this time is an extremely strong and troublesome enemy. Definitely not a demon. Ha ha ha. The High Consecrator laughed. Second brother, what do you think is the approximate level of this fellow's cultivation? 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist peak. He's definitely not weaker than you and me, but in terms of strength, he's not necessarily stronger than us. They're roughly on par. The second Consecrator didn't even think about it. Both of them had the same understanding on this point. Let me ask you again. Second brother, how many people do you think there are in the entire continent who have such a cultivation? The High Consecrator scoffed and said, those who have such a cultivation. Which one of them isn't in our information? And which one of them is unknown to us? And the most important thing is, do you know that there was once such a person? For a person to cultivate to 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist, no matter what, he'd still need to roam the martial world and gain experience, right? Do you have any sense of familiarity with this fellow's information? His resume, such a strange appearance, and a hatred that's close to that of a wild beast. Has there ever been such a special kind of expert? No, I don't have any impression of him. There's not even one that's close to him. That's right. Then, if he's really a human and not a demon, then did he fall from the sky? Or crawl out from the ground? The High Consecrator sneered. The second High Consecrator was speechless. Let's put aside his strange appearance and his almost disorganized fighting style. Have you noticed another very important thing? When he opens his hands, there's a patch of lush green. Wherever the greenery passes, the surrounding flowers and trees grow rapidly. Have you ever seen such a special ability? The High Consecrator snorted and said, even the entire forest can be used as an army by him to attack. What kind of person do you think would have such an ability? At this point, the High Consecrator laughed. The second High Consecrator nodded and said, Big brother's words make sense. I'm probably thinking too much. The High Consecrator chuckled and said, Second brother, don't worry too much. Or perhaps you should think more about how much benefits we can get after we capture this treasure. Ha ha ha, think about it carefully. Duke Yu, who was heavily injured, quickly escaped into the dense forest. In an instant he was more than a few hundred miles away in a patch of green waves. Only then did he feel at ease to check the injuries on his body. He grimaced in pain. Motherfucker, I'm so aggrieved. I've never seen anything like this before. I've also never experienced such an inexplicable battle. Even until now, Duke Yu still didn't know what this group of perverts was doing. Which force did they belong to? Just like that, they fought until they were hovering between life and death. Looking at the injuries on his body, Duke Yu grimaced in pain. So ruthless. In that short battle just now, he was only focused on chasing after the perverted High Consecrator. He didn't care about the attacks of the others at all. Now that he checked, it was really shocking. It was fortunate that he didn't lose his life just now. There were more than 300 palms, more than 100 kicks, 70 to 80 fingers, and more than 10 knives, 20 to 30 swords. He believed that the legendary 100 palms entanglement and 1,000 cuts to pieces were nothing more than this. Chapter 1483. Actually, Duke Yu didn't know that his injuries this time were due to the enemy's mercy. If it wasn't for the great Consecrator's warning, Everyone, pay attention to your strength and don't break it. His injuries would have been even more serious. Duke, you didn't dare to be negligent. This wasn't a light injury. Even with the help of the spirit energy, it would still take some time to heal. He immediately sat cross-legged to heal his injuries. He gritted his teeth and thought, "You bastards! First you used words to tease me. Then you said you wanted to eat me in front of me. You even treated me as a spirit. Fine, 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 I'll show you perverts this time. If I can't kill you bastards and perverts, I'll tear off your dick and feed it to the dogs." This time he used the power of the forest to heal his injuries, but the transmission channel came from underground. The strong enemy was here. Chapter 778. From being chased to being chased on the side, they were all people with extremely sharp divine senses. How would Dukyu dare to rashly cross the sky to collect the spirit energy? However, the underground transmission was the same. The tide-like spirit energy was continuously transmitted into Dukyu's body through the underground. At the same time, Dukyu clearly felt that the aura of the City of Elves was rapidly emerging from an unknown depth underground and entering his body. Dukyu only felt that his heavy injuries were rapidly healing. It was almost in an instant. This made Dukyu's desire to find Chuyang and restore the City of Elves even stronger. As the High Priest's injuries advanced and healed, he took some healing elixirs and had already recovered a lot. Other than his broken arm and ribs, which still needed some time to heal, his internal injuries were basically no longer a problem. He also became more energetic. As for the expression on his face, it was no different from before. Along the way, a group of supreme martial artists led the way. There were also a dozen or so experts who simply stepped on the treetops to advance, afraid that they would miss any traces of the treasure. It didn't take long. They had already walked for 200 miles. The surroundings were silent, and this silence seemed to be able to last forever. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It was filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds, as well as an aura unique to the forest. They almost didn't encounter any obstructions or disturbances. The only obstruction was the 70 to 80 poisonous snakes that they killed along the way. However, this little threat to a supreme martial artist was completely not worth mentioning. Could it be that the treasure is afraid? He has already escaped. One of the 5th grade supreme martial artists muttered. It can't be that smart. The other person was also a little surprised and doubtful. If their precious Gigi were to run away, then all of them would have lost everything. They would not have gained anything at all. Not only did he not gain anything, he even had to sacrifice the lives of dozens of supreme martial artists at this moment. A blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out, and a very familiar green light flashed past. He was one of the 10 supreme martial artists who were exploring the way at the top of the tree. 2 people somersaulted and fell to the ground. Only the remaining few people could be heard shouting angrily. Then, the sound of an intense battle could be heard. The people under the tree naturally did not dare to be negligent. With a whoosh sound, they all rushed forward, only to discover that the intense battle had already ended. However, those 8 supreme martial artists still maintained their battle postures, but their enemies had already disappeared without a trace. The High Priest instructed a few 7th grade supreme martial artists to observe the surroundings to see if they could find any traces of the sneak attackers escaping. Then, they rushed to the place where the 2 sneak attackers had fallen. He focused his gaze and saw the 2 people on the ground. Blood was still gurgling out of their throats. They could not be any more dead. There were many tree roots and vines entwined around the 2 corpses, as if trying to pull the 2 corpses into the ground. The lower half of their bodies had already been dragged in quite a bit. Seeing this strange situation, everyone looked on helplessly. They tried to keep calm on the surface, but their hearts were already cold. What happened just now? Miao Zhendong asked loudly. Just now, we were flying all the way, searching for traces of that spirit, but we didn't find anything. Suddenly, a person appeared out of nowhere in midair. His entire body was green. Because his appearance was too sudden, we were completely unprepared. Third brother Mu and fourth brother Che's throats were grabbed by that person, and then blood spurted out. We hurriedly went to help them, but that person immediately let go and ran away. He didn't say a word, and then mysteriously disappeared again. Although that person only appeared for a short time, we can still confirm that he is that treasure from before. That green body, I definitely won't be mistaken. The person with the highest cultivation in the previous group replied. The person who replied could still tell the whole story. As for the supreme martial artist beside him, he was obviously frightened. The two people who had just died were right next to him. They were the closest to him. He could even feel their desperate struggle at the last moment. In just a moment, two Supreme Being experts who had similar cultivation levels to him were finished just like that. If the other party's target was me, even with the cultivation of Mu Laosen and Che Laosen, they couldn't even put up any resistance and were finished just like that. Another person's face was pale. This demon is too scary. Don't say any more. Everyone, don't worry about nothing and disturb the morale of the troops. Let's continue forward. Miao Jindong's face was gloomy. Everyone was silent, because everyone could feel an extremely strong sense of danger rising spontaneously. If the other party came out to fight openly, they wouldn't be afraid. In fact, they would be more than happy to do so. However, the other party was obviously very smart. He only hid in the dark and launched a sneak attack. Once he succeeded, he didn't linger and disappeared in an instant. Everyone knew that this entire forest was the other party's home ground. The other party could appear and disappear unpredictably and hide in an instant. But what about them? This time, the ones who died were Mu Laosan and Che Laosan. Then, who would be the next one? Would it be them? Everyone was silent for a moment and continued to move forward. Originally, they were inexplicably excited about the treasure hunting trip, but because of the huge accident just now, everyone felt insecure. Everyone walked carefully for a few miles. Suddenly, there was another sudden scream. The body of the person who was walking at the back exploded into a bloody mist. Everyone hurriedly turned back to check, but only saw a green figure flash and disappear. A sinister laugh reverberated in the air. "Come out, you demon!" Miao Jindong shouted. "What kind of hero are you if you keep hiding? If you have the guts, come out and fight openly." A low, sinister laughter came from the green forest. "I'm not a hero. I'm a demon." Miao Jindong heard it and cursed continuously. Everyone couldn't help but be speechless. "High priest, what kind of hero are you talking to a demon about?" Many people cursed silently. That demon was obviously a smart one. Was he stupid enough to rush out and fight a big group of supreme martial artists? What's more, he had already suffered once before. As long as he wasn't crazy, he wouldn't voluntarily come out and sacrifice himself, right? Right now, the enemy is in the open while we are in the dark. It's quite unfavorable for us. The only thing we can do now is to increase our speed and pass through this boundless forest as soon as possible. The second high priest frowned. Even if he wants to take revenge, he can only do it when we are still in the forest. Once we increase our speed, we will definitely mess up his plan. As long as we can leave this place, we don't have to worry about his plot. If he doesn't do anything, then after we pass through, we can call more experts the next time we come back. We don't have to worry about him escaping to the sky. The second high priest said, "Moreover, this demon is so strong. Even if others come, as long as they don't have a specific strategy, I believe they may not be able to subdue him. Therefore, big brother, you don't have to worry about him being taken away by others when you come back. All right, we can use fire to attack and burn the whole forest. Let's see if he can grow faster, or the fire can burn faster." Fire won't work. Once there is a fire here, I'm afraid we will be the first ones to fall into the sea of fire. It's hard for us to get out from such a far distance. Moreover, this demon moves very quickly. He can hide in this huge forest anytime. Fire won't be able to catch up to him. Since that's the case, we can only come back next time. That's true. Miao Jindong muttered to himself for a moment and said, It's decided then. When we come back next time, we will take this thing in one fell swoop. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Next, everyone became alert and quickened their pace. They cut through all obstacles and advanced bravely. However, no matter how fast they were, this forest covered an area of thousands of miles. How could they cross it in such a short period of time? Not to mention that everyone had deliberately slowed down their speed in order to search carefully. Their progress now was not even a quarter of the whole journey. As they advanced, another 3 people fell into the forest and became nutrients for the plants. Originally, there were only half of the 40 people left. Now, there were 12 people left. People kept getting killed. Everyone's faces became gloomier as they rushed forward at full speed. Every time Dooku made a move, he would first choose the weakest and easiest to deal with. Every time he made a move, he would not miss. Once he succeeded, he would not stop. He was like a ghost wandering in the human world. Moreover, this was in the dark of the night. Home ground. Absolute home ground. He could even appear from any tree to carry out an attack. He could suddenly appear from any bush. Every time he appeared, one person would disappear from the world forever. As the number of people continued to decrease, the fear of unknown attacks in everyone's hearts grew stronger and stronger. The initial excitement of seeing a human-shaped treasure had long flown away. 28 people left. Duke Yu was still wandering freely in the forest. Not far away, he looked at the group of people who were rushing forward, intending to leave the forest. He calculated silently in his heart. Since he made a move again, he had already killed 12 people. Such a result made Duke Yu feel that he was a fool for choosing to fight the enemy head-on just now. However, low-level Supreme Beings were basically extinct now, and the remaining ones were all high-level Supreme Beings. Each one of them was stronger than the last. If he wanted to kill them silently like he did before, it would undoubtedly be much more difficult for him to escape unscathed after landing a blow. Duke Yu's eyes shot out a green light in the dark forest. He was carefully considering his next strategy. Chapter 1484. At this moment, everyone's hearts were sullen and depressed to the point of madness. There was also an indescribable sense of fear. A mid-grade supreme martial artist actually needed someone to protect him just for a breath of air. He needed 2 8th-grade supreme martial artists and 2 8th-grade supreme martial artists to protect him. Even so, he wasn't completely safe. How ridiculous was this? Would anyone believe it if he told them? But at this moment, the 4 people below had already scouted out the terrain. Just as the 4 above were about to descend, another mishap befell him. A strange, almost illusory figure shot out from the forest below like a bolt of lightning. With only a swoosh sound, it crossed the sky and crashed into the group of 4 2nd-grade supreme martial artists like a meteor. The second high priest roared. Part 7, Chapter 780. The breakthrough of a mid-grade supreme martial artist. Be careful! Before he could finish his sentence, there was a muffled bang. Duke Yu's resolute palm, which contained all of his cultivation, had already landed accurately on the dantian of a mid-grade supreme martial artist. The other 3 immediately counterattacked, drawing their swords and sabers at the same time. Their counterattacks were as swift as lightning. Duke Yu let out a long laugh and actually didn't dodge or evade. He took on the 3 terrifying attacks head-on, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Then he forcefully grabbed the shoulder of another mid-grade supreme martial artist, while his other hand slapped cleanly on the top of this person's head. Then he abruptly raised his knee and hit this person's dantian. Pa! There was a very crisp sound. This mid-grade supreme martial artist's head first shattered. Then his dantian exploded, turning into minced meat at the same time as the previous mid-grade supreme martial artist, flying in all directions. The second high priest's sword came attacking with the sound of wind and thunder. His attack was extremely fast and violent. Duke, you didn't receive the attack. He quickly retreated. However, there was a shining sword on his thigh and lower abdomen. There were 2 swords and 4 holes in his body. He flew down with blood dripping from his body. Behind him, there was still a sword light like lightning. Just as the sword light touched his back, he turned into a ball of green light again and completely disappeared in the vast forest. The second high priest's expression changed. Part 7, Chapter 780. The breakthrough of a mid-grade supreme martial artist. He stood there with a pale face, facing such an unexpected situation. He had an urge to curse. The other party was too cunning and too cruel. He did not hesitate to exchange injuries for injuries. He would rather be heavily injured to kill the enemy. What a ruthless person. Everyone, let's go. Chief Consecrator Miao Jindong's spirit was somewhat dispirited, and his eyes were already somewhat dull. Along the way, another 2 middle-grade supreme martial artists fell one after another. Then, even the 7th-grade supreme martial artists finally started to become Duke Yu's hunting target. Once all the low-grade supreme martial artists were dead, it would naturally be the turn of the 7th-grade supreme martial artists. During this process, the High Consecrator and his entourage also confirmed a terrifying fact. It caused their last bit of stubbornness to completely vanish. This discovery was not a big deal. It was just that they realized that no matter how serious the injuries were, this spirit could quickly recover. When it appeared in front of them again, it would definitely be full of spirit and vitality. That was all. His injuries were worsening all the way, while the other party kept on recovering. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. With such unequal conditions and a negative environment, it would be strange if he still had confidence. The High Consecrator was the last to arrive. There was only one word: escape. If you could escape, you were lucky. If you couldn't, you were unlucky. That was all. It was evening. Seeing a cloud of smoke finally appearing in front of them, both the High Consecrator and the second Consecrator had tears streaming down their faces. The heavens had pity on them. This journey to hell, to the death of the gods, had finally come to an end. We are finally going to get out of this damned forest. This period of running for our lives is really unbearable to look back on. Just thinking about it made them scared. It was an eternal nightmare. Looking at each other who was all alone. Both of them had tears in their eyes. The joy of being reborn after so many years, they had long forgotten what tears were. At this moment, they could not hold back their tears. 80 people came out, and now only the 2 of us are left. Even the 3 7th-grade supreme martial artists were all dead now. The other party's viciousness caused the 2 of them, who'd experienced many battles, to tremble with fear, and just thinking about it caused them to feel a wave of terror. Who would have imagined that what seemed to be a peerless fortune that descended from the heavens was actually a peerless calamity? Speaking of this part of the journey, the most frightening part was the last 1,500 miles. When the human-shaped demon killed the last 2 7th-grade supreme martial artists, the 2 high consecrators did not dare to help at all. It was not that the 2 high consecrators did not want to help, but it was meaningless. The human-shaped demon was too vicious, completely disregarding its own safety and fighting with its life. But it had the ability to do so. Not to mention 1 8th-grade supreme martial artist. Even 3 or 4 of them would have died. But it only needed to hide for a while and immediately recover to its peak state. How could they fight such a battle? It was better to let the demon suffer the counterattacks of the 2 7th-grade supreme martial artists before their deaths. The more severe its injuries, the longer it could hide and recover, giving them more time to escape from this ghost town. For the next 1,500 miles, the 2 high consecrators were on tenterhooks, suspecting that everywhere they looked could be an ambush set by the demon. They perfectly acted out what it meant to be jittery at the slightest sound. But until they escaped from the vast forest, they still did not encounter any attacks. This result made both of them anxious and doubtful. Could it be that the other party actually gave up at such a time? Or was it that the counterattacks of the two seventh-grade supreme martial artists before their deaths caused too much damage to him, and he could not recover in time? But no matter what, it was fortunate that they were able to escape, no matter what. At the last moment, the two of them actually used a secret technique, risking a huge loss of cultivation and almost disregarding their lives, escaped out of the dense forest in the northwest direction. They only hated that their parents did not give birth to them with 2 more legs. "Mom, I won't be greedy next time." "Bah, there won't be a next time. There definitely won't be a next time." It was not that Dookie really did not want to continue the chase, but after he fought hard and killed the last 2 seventh-grade supreme martial artists, although he was also seriously injured, his injuries were still within the range of being able to recover quickly. He had absolute confidence that he could recover in a short period of time and continue the hunt. But at that moment, something happened. Dookie inexplicably felt some kind of mysterious feeling. This feeling was very familiar, yet also very strange and distant. It was the feeling of breaking through. Dookie really gritted his teeth. "I was about to break through just now, but was interrupted by a group of perverts, and was even treated as a demon by that group of perverts, which almost angered me to death. It was not easy to kill this group of perverts and bastards. Just as I was happily killing them, I suddenly had a breakthrough. What is this called? You left when you shouldn't have left, and you came when you shouldn't have come. What do you want me to do? What do I do? What do I do? Do I do it according to the highest standards? Serve him diligently." Although he was angry, Dookie still did not dare to have the slightest bit of neglect. Since the opportunity to break through came again, it was better to do it honestly. As for the remaining 2 eighth-grade supreme martial artists, he would let them go first. At most, he would find them after he broke through. Anyway, today's hatred could only be washed away with their blood. Previously, he heard from their conversation that they were going to the northwest to deal with the Calamity Swordmaster. When the time came, he would directly go to the northwest to settle the score with them after he broke through. Dookie's temper had always been like this. To those who offended him, even if they were thousands of miles away to the ends of the earth, he would definitely teach them a lesson. As for those who he wanted to kill, he had never let any of them go. How could Dookie let the 2 consecrators who escape so easily? You can escape for a while, but do you have the ability to escape for a lifetime? This was definitely not a casual remark. Besides, I originally planned to go to Chuyang for help immediately after I broke through to 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist. But if I took the initiative to go to him, that guy would definitely ask me for help. Now that I have such a legitimate reason to go, I will be doing him a great favor. Those are 2 peak 8th grade Supreme Martial Artists experts. I helped him and even took revenge. When the time comes, I won't have to be embarrassed when I ask him for help. It's a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Dookie's heart was full of calculations. One day later, the 2 great consecrators had already fled thousands of miles away from the boundless forest. They were rushing towards the rendezvous point with all their might. Suddenly, they felt the earth tremble. Then, an earth-shattering pressure came from behind them. The distance was already very far, and this feeling was also very faint. But the higher the level of the supreme martial artist, the more obvious this feeling was. At this moment, an 8th grade supreme martial artist actually appeared. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes at the same time. They both exclaimed. Only when an 8th grade supreme martial artist had just broken through would there be such a scale of power. Speaking of breaking through to the supreme martial artist level, it was also the biggest wish of these 2 since they reached the peak of 8th grade supreme martial artist 1,500 years ago. At this moment, someone had broken through, but it wasn't them. At this moment, the 2 of them felt really strange. It was almost indescribable with words. Who exactly broke through? The two of them leaped into the sky at the same time and looked back. The most likely location of the breakthrough is directly in the boundless mountain forest. The two of them looked at each other and saw the cold sweat on each other's forehead. Could it be that it was that monster who broke through? Miao Zhendong's face was ashen. Most likely. I was still wondering why he didn't chase after us in the last 1,000 miles. So it turns out that he didn't give up, but that he was suddenly facing a breakthrough. The second great master swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If he really succeeded in breaking through, wouldn't the two of us have provoked a great enemy that we can't match? Miao Zhendong's old face was distorted. Damn it, did he have to be so deceitful? He chased after us all the way for fun, and when we're done for, he even made a breakthrough. Isn't this asking us to live in a nightmare for the rest of our lives? I even suspect that he broke through because of the battle with us. After so many battles of life and death, he has been on the verge of death several times. It's not strange for him to break through at the same time as us. Chapter 1485. Although the two of them were lucky enough to escape unscathed, they had been constantly flying in the air during their escape. At the last part of the journey, they had even used a secret technique to speed up their escape. The amount of energy they had consumed was even greater than the amount they had used in the previous battles. It was extremely difficult to recover, not to mention that their state of mind was slightly damaged after so many incidents. It was too difficult for them to break through their original bottleneck and reach the peak of supreme martial artist level. Miao Zhendong was dumbfounded. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. At first, when they discovered the abnormality, they thought that there was a treasure at their doorstep and went to hunt for it excitedly. But in the end, they were completely wiped out. The two of them were also fleeing like stray dogs. It turned out that this was not the worst result. Damn it, the worst was yet to come. The enemy was actually using the battle experience to hunt them. Chapter 781. Brothers, let's have a drink before the battle of life and death. Fourth update. He had broken through to the supreme martial artist level. Could there be anything more fucked up and devastating than this? If Dukyu knew how the two of them were feeling, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of saliva. If it wasn't for you bunch of perverts, he would have broken through to the supreme martial artist level long ago. Also, if it wasn't for this sudden breakthrough, do you think the two of you would be able to escape unscathed? Humans should learn to be grateful. Let's hurry up and leave. He has just broken through, and I think he still needs to stabilize his realm. But this process might not be very long. It will take at most a day. The second priest said, from my observation of this demon, he is extremely vengeful. Once he has broken through, he will definitely find trouble with us. Let's send a message to the others and ask them to rush over to help. We don't need to take a detour anymore. Rushing to the northwest is the right thing to do. The faster, the better. There are many experts there. As long as we reach there, we will be really safe. You're absolutely right. Let's go, let's go. Miao Zhendong nodded. When that time comes, if this treasure is really there, let's gather everyone's strength to kill him. I don't believe that he will leave the 7th Division. Brothers, let's have a drink before the battle of life and death. Fourth update. This strange forest is so sharp. My dear brother, you are my dear brother. Please have mercy on me. Don't even think about killing him. He has already tasted it. The second high priest was speechless for a while. Quickly shield your divine sense and leave. The two of them sped up and disappeared without a trace with a whoosh sound. Another day and a half passed. Outside the boundless mountain forest, a whoosh sound was heard. A handsome figure came out. He was dressed in green, and his face was calm and gentle. He was tall and slender, and naturally had a kind of elegant elegance. The person who came was Dukyu. After determining the direction, he directly set off. His direction was very fixed and very simple, northwest. Chuyang, I'm here. I don't know if you still remember the agreement we made in the three heavens. That is the greatest hope of my elven race. His biggest wish. Our supreme, peerless expert, Duke Yu, is here. Yi family. Yi Chen was sitting cross-legged in the hall with his eyes closed, meditating quietly. Suddenly, someone hurried over to report. Elder Master, eldest young master, suddenly went missing. When I went to deliver food to him just now, I discovered that the door to his room was wide open. I don't know where he went. Yi Chen sighed. Don't bother about him. Look after the family. After the servant left, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. The look in his eyes was extremely complicated. How could he not know about Yi Zue's departure? All of Yi Zue's movements were covered by his divine sense. Yi Chen didn't stop Yi Zue when he desperately broke through the restriction and escaped last night. I hope that you can find your own way and come back alive. If you really can't find it, then don't come back. Even if you come back, I will personally destroy you. Shao Clan's Shao Qinyu's reinforcement team. Currently, they had already passed through the land where winter and summer alternated and entered the Northwest Territory. They were still advancing slowly, and at most, they walked less than 700 miles in a day. This speed was naturally several times faster than ordinary people. But compared to these people's own strength, it was so slow that it was practically like an old cow climbing a hill. From the southeast all the way here, it actually took them 2 months and 10 days to walk, but they had finally arrived. They had already entered the Northwest, the land of ice and snow. Shao Qinyu just sat in the carriage and didn't move at all throughout the journey. Other than drinking some water occasionally, he didn't even eat. He was silent throughout the journey, as if he was deliberating and scheming about something. But ultimately, he had a lot on his mind throughout the journey, causing the entire team to be extremely depressed. In short, the atmosphere was as gloomy as it could be. Stop! Shao Qinyu looked at the snowy ground in front of him and instructed calmly. Then he waved his sleeves, and the accumulated snow on the ground flew up without warning, revealing the ground below. The members of the Shao clan were shocked to discover that it wasn't an ordinary ground beneath them. Instead, it was a patch of dried blood, and there were even some pieces of flesh and blood from a corpse. A human head with dried flesh and blood rolled on the ground, facing the sky. Cold winds howled, and the Northwest was a land of ice and snow. Yet it had preserved the bloodstains of decay and the cruelty of war very well. This is already the boundary of the battlefield. Shao Qinyu looked at the human head on the ground silently and said calmly, the Allied forces actually didn't clean up and bury the corpses. Is this wind and snow so useful? Everyone was silent for a moment, feeling desolate. They were also going to participate in this battle. Would the final outcome be the same? Shao Qinyu suddenly exuded an inexplicable aura. A peak-grade supreme martial artist aura suddenly rushed into the sky and spread rapidly toward the northwest. After a long time, he closed his eyes tiredly and said, "Continue forward. The target is 1,500 miles ahead. Set up camp. Advance at the fastest speed." Yes, that night, it was still snowing heavily. Since the start of the war, the heavy snow in the northwest had never stopped. Shao Qinyu sat in the tent and waited quietly. He seemed to be waiting for something. He waited very peacefully and steadily. The next moment, he suddenly felt something. The tent door fluttered without wind, and Shao Qinyu stood quietly in the snow. The pair of eyes that had seen through the affairs of the world looked indifferently toward the northwest. In the wind and snow, a voice said with some difficulty, "Is it second brother Shao?" Shao Qinyu said calmly, "Yes. Second in the big clan, a Shao of the immensity sea southeast." The person sighed softly. Then the wind and snow in the sky parted abruptly, and a white figure suddenly appeared in midair. A person with a head full of white hair and a body that was tall and straight, like a sword, suddenly appeared. It was just that his eyes were filled with helplessness, tiredness, and sadness. I really didn't expect second brother Xiao to come personally. To be honest, I also didn't expect that I would personally make this trip. Xiao Chenyu sized up the other party and sighed. Chuanbo, these years, you have also aged. That person was Li Chuanbo. He looked at Xiao Chenyu with a complicated expression and said, Second brother Xiao, can I have a word with you? At this moment, the people from the Xiao clan had already come out of their tents. All of them looked at Li Chuanbo as if they were facing a great enemy. Xiao Chenyu said indifferently, all of you can leave. I want to have a word with my brother. Elder Master, you must be careful. After all, we are enemies now. Before one of them could finish, he was stopped by Xiao Chenyu's sharp gaze. Xiao Chenyu said word by word, Since when do I need your permission for my decisions? That person was immediately drenched in sweat and knelt on the ground. Elder Master, I was speaking nonsense. After a cold snort, the two middle-grade supreme martial artists had already disappeared at the same time, as if they had never appeared at all. In the wind and snow, a pot of wine was slightly hot. 2 wine cups were separated on the left and right, facing each other. A table made completely of ice and snow was quietly placed in the pure white snow. Second brother Xiao, the last time we drank together was about 4,000 years ago, right? Li Chuanbo looked at the stone table and said with a sense of melancholy, That's right. Your memory is still so good. The last time, it was me who brought the wine and you went hunting. Your barbecue skills are really not bad. Xiao Chenyu's hands were behind his back. When his hawk-like, sharp eyes saw this stone table and the 2 cups of hot wine, a sense of melancholy rose in them. Second brother, please take a seat. I'll go and hunt a few prey. This time, since second brother has come to the northwest, I should naturally do this. Li Chuanbo cupped his hands and turned around. I like to eat snowed chicken drumsticks. Seeing Li Chuanbo turn around, Xiao Chenyu added lightly, Good. Second brother will definitely be satisfied. Li Chuanbo replied calmly. Then, with a flash, he had already disappeared in the wind and snow. After watching Li Chuanbo disappear for a long time, Xiao Chenyu then slowly, very slowly let out a long, long sigh. After Li Chuanbo left Xiao Chenyu's line of sight for a long, long time, he finally let out a long, long sigh. He sighed softly. After a full hour, Li Chuanbo finally came back with a big bundle of snow chicken drumsticks and a mountain of dry firewood. At this moment, he no longer had the demeanor of a middle-grade, supreme martial artist. Instead, he was just like a woodcutter in the mountains who was busy making a living. He was carrying dry firewood that far exceeded the weight he carried on his back. Xiao Chenyu was still standing with his hands behind his back. His expression was as calm as before, but his heart was surging up and down like an overflowing sea. His emotions at this moment were so complicated that even his mouth tasted bitter. With Li Chuanbo's cultivation, if it was just to hunt some ordinary snow chickens, how would it take him such a long time? However, just a stomp of his foot could kill tens of thousands of them. As for dry firewood, it was just a matter of waving his hand and the dry firewood would automatically fall into his hands. However, it took him a full hour to prepare all these things. Then, what exactly was he doing during this period of time? Was he feeling the same as himself, surging with emotions? With a crash, Li Chuanbo placed the dry firewood on the ground. Then, with a shake of his hand, a large number of basins and jars appeared out of thin air. They were all seasonings for barbecue. Second brother, please wait a moment. I'll start now. Later, I'll let second brother try my culinary skills and see if they have deteriorated. Li Chuanbo said as he busied himself. A dignified supreme martial artist, a peerless expert, was actually meticulous in his cooking. However, the vital points on his back were completely exposed to Xiao Chenyu, just like that. He was completely defenseless against it. At this moment, if Xiao Chenyu had the intention to harm him, He only needed one palm strike to consign Li Chuanbo to eternal damnation. Chapter 1486. In front of Xiao Qinyu, Li Chuanbo was completely exposed. He did so without the slightest bit of precaution. He did it very naturally, without the slightest bit of reluctance. It was as if everything was supposed to be like this. Under such circumstances, even if the other party was not a Rain-grade supreme martial artist like Li Chuanbo, an 8th-grade supreme martial artist, or even a 7th-grade supreme martial artist would be enough to take Li Chuanbo's life with one strike. How many times in his life would someone as strong as Li Chuanbo be so defenseless? Could it be that he didn't know that the current Xiao Qinyu was no longer on the same path as him? Xiao Qinyu's sharp eyes kept watching him busy. His gaze became deeper and deeper. In the end, it was inexplicably covered by a thin layer of mist. He seemed to sigh softly, and a few ripples finally appeared on his calm face. Chapter 782. One can warm the wine when cold, but how to warm the heart when cold? Yuenyua smiled and said, "Let's do it together. It's faster this way. I haven't done this for a long time. Don't forget how to do it." As he said that, he squatted down and started to fiddle with the dry wood. 2 mid-grade supreme martial artists, 2 of the top tyrants of the generation. Just like that, one plucked the feathers from the chicken leg and the other got the dry wood, then mixed the seasoning and started the fire. Throughout the whole process, they didn't use any of their cultivation at all. They just swayed back and forth in front of each other's eyes. If either of them were to make a move at this time, they would have absolute confidence in killing the other. There was no difficulty or risk at all. However, the 2 of them were busy from beginning to end, as if they couldn't care about anything else at all. They threw themselves wholeheartedly into the big project of barbecuing, and their expressions were very solemn and dignified. When the fire finally rose into the sky, these 2 tyrants ended up with smoke all over their bodies. There were inevitably a few more stains on their usually dignified faces. They looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Then, the 2 of them didn't care about their image at all. They directly sat down in the snow and gently fiddled with the fire in front of them. Shoulder to shoulder, the 2 of them were very focused and didn't say a word. Chapter 782. One can warm the wine when cold, but how to warm the heart when cold? They were fully focused on turning the chicken leg, sprinkling seasoning, occasionally stirring the fire and putting some dry wood, just like back then. Thousands or tens of thousands of years ago, there were 2 teenagers who were in the same situation as they were now. They were barbecuing themselves in a sorry state. Perhaps it was because they were careless, or perhaps it was because the other party was playing tricks on them. They smeared their faces and bodies like dirty little kittens. However, their hearts were filled with happiness. They had no grudges and were carefree and happy. Everything was silent except for the sound of snowflakes falling from the sky. There was also the crackling sound of dry wood burning. Waves of fragrance wafted in the air. The snowy chicken drumstick was already half cooked. The 2 of them seemed to be really good at barbecuing. The 2 of them, who were focused on roasting the meat, still did not speak. They seemed to be very patient and also seemed to be enjoying the process as they continued to work hard. After a long, long time, a voice broke the silence. "Second brother, do you remember that you were the one who taught me how to barbecue? That year, you were 15 and I was 13. Xiao Qinyu's usually deep and clear eyes actually showed a trace of mistiness. He subconsciously laughed, mischievously. Yes, at that time, our parents' generation were all missing. The 2 of us who lost our fathers at the same time got together for a period of time. At that time, At that time, it was really good. We were like brothers to each other." There was the warmth of reminiscence in Li Chuanbo's eyes, who would make others so anxious before they knew it. "I still remember when I was being hunted down by that human butcher with 1,000 hands. But second brother, you brought people to save me. The brothers fought together, At that time, Big Brother hadn't gone missing yet, right? Yes? Big Brother hadn't gone missing yet. Xiao Chenyu echoed almost subconsciously. Suddenly he asked, "You're talking about," Li Chunbo said softly, "I'm talking about Big Brother. The real Big Brother is not Yi Qinshin." There was reminiscence in Xiao Chenyu's eyes. If Big Brother was still around, I believe that our big family would definitely not have reached this stage today. But Big Brother's whole family went missing for no reason, Li Chunbo chuckled. It's rare for brothers to gather together. Why bring up those troublesome things? I should be punished, second brother. Xiao Chenyu laughed. It's indeed second brother's fault. I'll punish myself with 1 cup later. If 1 cup isn't enough, I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Li Chunbo chuckled. There's enough wine today. Second brother doesn't need to take the opportunity to cheat us to drink. Xiao Chenyu rolled his eyes. You little. Is your second brother that kind of person? Li Chunbo smiled cheekily and said, Of course second brother isn't that kind of person. You've always just done and not said. The two of them chattered endlessly and started to talk about some of the interesting things that happened when they were young, or exposed each other's shortcomings. They laughed loudly from time to time. You patted my shoulder with your dirty hand, and I ruffled your hair. Both of them were monster-level old men who were more than 10,000 years old. At this moment, they were laughing as innocently as babies. They were so happy that they were like 2 innocent children. It was just that happiness, even if they laughed for a while and laughed for a long time, was ultimately not the only happiness in life. No matter how many interesting things there would always be a moment when they were done talking. Finally, I seem to have forgotten when it started. We all started to go into seclusion and started to work hard. Improving our cultivation became the most important goal in our eyes. Li Chunbo chuckled. When we completed 1 goal and came out, we realized that the clan had already become a huge entity. Our initial goal was no longer enough, so we continued to go into seclusion and continue to improve. I really don't know how many times we went into seclusion. When we came out of seclusion, all of us brothers missed each other. Yi Qinshin personally sent a letter to invite all of us brothers for a gathering. I still firmly believe that that gathering didn't have any utilitarian motives. Second brother, do you believe that? Xiao Chenyu sighed. I do. I also believe it. But when we got there, we realized that all of us had changed. All of us had become very scheming and shrewd. Some of the jokes that we were used to and had become natural could no longer be made. Therefore, our interactions with each other became less and less because none of us knew how to speak to our brothers anymore. Should we use diplomatic language? Then we might as well not say anything. But that time we were still dead drunk and went our separate ways happily. Everything was revealed without saying anything. It was also a happy thing, said Li Chunbo softly. And during the second gathering, there seemed to be more interactions. But no one dared to get drunk anymore. That time was at my house. Xiao Chenyu shook his head and sighed softly. The third gathering. I remember that Lan Buhui and Ninefold got into a fight. That time was at the Ling clan. They beat the Ling clan into a pulp. In a fit of anger, Ling Muyang chased the 2 of them out. Everyone parted on bad terms. That was probably the last gathering of all of us brothers. Li Chunbo was rather taken aback. He said, Yes, ever since then, we haven't gathered all of our brothers together. And now, Lan Buhui is actually already dead, Xiao Chenyu sighed softly. We can't gather anymore. Li Chunbo looked up at the sky and sighed. Yes, we can't gather anymore. There won't be any more opportunities for us brothers to gather together. The 2 of them stopped what they were doing at the same time. Their eyes were fixed on the flying snow in the sky, lost in thought. I don't know when it started. Our clans started scheming against each other. Originally, that was something that was very hard to imagine. In fact, I didn't even believe that such a day would come. That day, Li Chunbo frowned rather sadly. When exactly did it start? Second brother, do you still remember? Xiao Chenyu patted him on the shoulder. How can I not remember? It was that time 8,400 years ago. That time Yi Qinshin let you down. I know everything about that matter from beginning to end. But I didn't care. Li Chuanbo broke into a smile and said, "Second brother, you remembered wrongly. It wasn't 8,400 years ago. It was 8,530 years ago on the 5th day of the 10th month. Second brother, that day was my birthday." Xiao Chenyu was silent for a while. Then he used his hand to fiddle with the drumstick and said dispassionately, "The drumstick isn't done yet. Let's not talk about those things of the past." Li Chuanbo chuckled and said, "Since it's something of the past, there's no harm in talking about it. It was from that time, from that day onwards, that everyone suddenly realized that one could also scheme against each other and bully each other. If Li Chuanbo could tolerate it, then who else could? Who else could I bully? And so, chaos finally appeared." Xiao Chenyu said again, "Don't talk about it." I said, "Don't talk about it." Li Chuanbo smiled. "Second brother and Yi Qinshin are good friends. If you don't want me to talk about it, then I won't talk about it." Then he chuckled and said, "The drumstick is done. It's finally done. I can finally taste second brother's culinary skills again. I was still doubting whether there would be such a day." Xiao Chenyu raised his face and tilted his head up fiercely. He opened his mouth wide and faced the sky to welcome the falling snowflakes. His eyes, however, were tightly shut. His face was still as calm as the sea. His throat was bulging so clearly, like a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. It was as if anyone would be able to cut it with a knife. Li Chuanbo looked at his throat and smiled. "Second brother, you're still my second brother. This will never change." Xiao Chenyu's atoms apple-bobbed up and down. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His smile was somewhat miserable. "Aren't you my brother too? Will it change?" The spicy, fragrant, and crispy roasted snow drumstick was placed on the table, giving off a rich fragrance. However, the wine that was still warm just now had already turned cold. In fact, it had even condensed into one in the wine cup. Xiao Chenyu was a little stunned. He said, "The wine has turned cold. Let me warm it up." Li Chuanbo shook his head somewhat sadly. He said, "The wine can still be warmed when it turns cold, but can the heart still be warmed when it turns cold?" Xiao Chenyu was taken aback. He said, subconsciously, "No." Li Chuanbo smiled, as if he didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. He said evenly, "Since we're in the northwest, let me warm the wine." He reached out and held both cups of wine in his palms. His hands actually trembled a little as he said, "It's really cold." Would a low-grade supreme martial artist care about a piece of ice? How cold could it be if it was really cold? However, Xiao Chenyu continued in a deep voice, "It's really cold." Chapter 1487. Heat gradually rose from Li Chuanbo's palms. The wine gradually dissolved and became as clear as jade again. The wine has been warmed. It's a pity that after the wine has dissolved, the taste of the wine has disappeared, Li Chuanbo said softly as he stared at the wine in his palms. Xiao Chenyu was silent for a moment before he said, "Since the taste of the wine is gone, we can't drink to our heart's content. Let's change it." "But if we change it, it won't be the original 2 cups anymore," Li Chuanbo said somewhat sadly. "Wine is still wine. It can still intoxicate people." Xiao Chenyu said softly. Both of them heaved a long sigh. The wine had been changed. Their spirits were also lifted. Even if they forced a smile, this was also the last time they would be together in this life. "Second brother, please." "Chuanbo, please. The first time we drank wine 10,000 years ago. At that time, we were in high spirits and gave pointers to the world. What a joy it was. 1,000 years ago, we drank wine many times. At that time, the world was already settled. We were satisfied and carefree. 8,000 years ago, we drank wine, but there were already many sighs. Time passed just like that. It's hard to turn back time. 4,000 years ago, we drank wine. We were still brothers. What couldn't we say What couldn't we say, never said? Only you and me. At this point, both of them fell into silence at the same time. It was an indescribable silence. The next moment, both of them raised their heads and drank ferociously. After 3 pots of wine went down their stomachs, Li Chuanbo laughed loudly. With a wave of his hand, the 3 pots of wine flew far away. However, there were more than 10 pots of unopened fine wine on the table. Li Chuanbo took a pot and slapped the clay seal with his palm. He smiled and said, "A pot of turbid wine consumes the remaining joy." "Farewell today, don't be in a dilemma." Xiao Qinyu's eyes were hazy. He grabbed a pot of wine and recited, "Life and death, victory and defeat, we are all brothers. Cold in the heart of heaven." Just as he finished, both of them suddenly froze at the same time. An indescribable emotion rose silently. In that instant, their hearts actually ached. This was a wine writ. It was written by Ling Muyang when they drank together before the brothers established a big clan. This was the last 4 lines. At that time, all the brothers said that this wine writ was really well done, and it was passed down. But the words life and death, victory and defeat, we are all brothers were true. And now, when it came to Xiao Qinyu and Li Chuanbo, life and death, victory and defeat, the words were still the same, but it had its own implications. However, they were poles apart from each other, poles apart. A pot of turbid wine was enough to satisfy the remaining joys. Indeed, all the joys of the brothers for the rest of their lives were in a pot of wine today. After today, there would be no more for a moment. Both of them felt an indescribable bitterness in their hearts. He couldn't help but be stunned. Li Chuanbo gulped down the entire pot of wine, feeling as if there was a fire burning in his stomach. He said in a seemingly unintentional manner, "Life and death, victory and defeat, we are all brothers." "Ha! Second brother, I wonder if we will still be brothers after this drinking session?" Xiao Qinyu lowered his head slightly and said softly, "Morning thunder is missing." It was a little gloomy and low. Li Chuanbo's hand trembled. Oh, of course, he knew about Xiao Chenlei and the relationship between Xiao Chenlei and Xiao Qinyu. He was greatly surprised by Xiao Chenlei's disappearance and also felt a trace of shock. No wonder Xiao Qinyu actually came personally. He went missing when he was fighting with the master of the Calamity Sword. Xiao Qinyu said indifferently, but his eyes flashed coldly. Li Chuanbo shook his head, breathing heavily. His emotions were no longer as calm as before. The master of the Calamity Sword is helping the Li clan now. This is already a fact that no one can deny. The truth is the truth. Xiao Qinyu closed his eyes. His voice gradually became fierce as he said word by word, "This feud is absolutely irreconcilable. He helped the Li clan, so I am here to deal with them. If they are defeated and die, the Li clan will have no backing and will be finished as well. Although I am not directly dealing with you, I am still dealing with you." Xiao Qinyu had already made himself very clear. This feud is absolutely irreconcilable. Li Chuanbo fell silent. He lowered his head and didn't say anything for a long time. Finally, he spoke again. "Second brother, let's drink." The 2 of them remained silent, drinking 1 cup after another. However, their eyes no longer met each other's. The harmonious atmosphere from before finally had a flaw. It didn't take much time for 13 jugs of wine to be gone, just like that. The 2 mid-stage supreme martial artists didn't use their cultivation to suppress or dissolve the alcohol. At this moment, they were both a little tipsy. Putting aside their powerful cultivation, the 2 of them were both old men who had lived for more than 10,000 years. Although their bodies were far stronger than ordinary people, their alcohol tolerance might not necessarily be high. Li Wubo held his ring between his fingers. With a shake, 7 to 8 jugs of wine popped out again. "Second brother, this wine is what we used to like to drink the most. It is a genuine stock from 4,000 years ago. This is all I have." Let's just drink all of it today. All right, let's drink all of it. Xiao Chenyu agreed readily. The two of them no longer used wine cups to hold the wine, as if they felt that drinking with wine cups was too slow and not refreshing enough. Although they knew that when they finished drinking all of this wine, it would be equivalent to drinking all of their 10,000 years of brotherhood, the two of them still took a jug each and gulped it down. Because the two of them were drinking too fiercely, a lot of the thick wine had already reached their faces. However, the two of them did not care about it at all. They just drank in big mouthfuls, as if drinking was the only thing they could do at the moment. As the wine slid down their faces, their eyes were a little red. The moment they lifted their fourth jug of wine, Li Chuanbo suddenly reached out and pressed down on Xiao Chenyu's jug. Wait, what? Xiao Chenyu narrowed his drunken eyes and said, Chuanbo, do you have anything else to say? Li Chuanbo said loudly, Yes, I have something to say. Say it. I'm listening. Xiao Chenyu tilted his head and shouted in a low voice. There's something that I've been suppressing in my heart for thousands of years. Today, I must get to the bottom of it. If I miss today, I'm afraid this matter won't be seen again. Li Chuanbo's eyes became dangerous. Back then, after Big Brother Jun and his family went missing, Big Uncle still had a younger brother. Since he's Big Uncle's younger brother, we naturally have to address him as Uncle. His name is Jun Han. Second brother, you should still remember him, right? Xiao Chenyu's eyes narrowed. Of course I remember. Big Brother's disappearance wasn't done by the two of you. I'm completely sure of this. However, Uncle Jun Han's family didn't go missing. Instead, their entire family was massacred. Who did it? Tell me. Li Chuanbo's eyes were as sharp as lightning as he looked at Xiao Chenyu. Xiao Chenyu frowned but didn't answer. After a long time, he said with difficulty, I do know the whole story. However, the only thing I can tell you is that I didn't do it. Of course, I know you didn't do it. The two of us were drinking that day. What I want to ask you is who did it? I didn't say it was you. I've never doubted you either. Li Chuanbo's gaze and tone became aggressive. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of sadness. It was only after a few months that I found out about such a huge change. I asked you immediately. At that time, you said you didn't know. You even accompanied me to search for the culprit in the pugilistic world. I believed you because I've never doubted you. But now you're saying that you know the whole story? Back then, second brother, did you just watch as I searched for the culprit in the pugilistic world like a fool? You even accompanied me to search for the culprit. Were you playing a game with an idiot? Xiao Chenyu avoided his gaze. Yes, I lied to you back then. Huh. Li Chuanbo burst into laughter. However, the flames in his eyes were extinguishing bit by bit. You're loyal. You're really loyal. The great Xiao Chenyu is actually willing to play a game with an idiot brother. What a good brother. Xiao Chenyu's face suddenly turned red. He was suddenly furious. What do you know? Do you know the powerful relationship between the two of us? If I had told you back then, your Li clan would have been long gone. Long gone. Do you know? Oh, you're afraid of harming the Li clan. I'm really grateful for second brother's deep affection for me. But what about now? Now that you've revealed the truth, aren't you afraid that the Li clan will be gone? Li Chuanbo tilted his head and asked somewhat mockingly. Xiao Chenyu heaved a heavy sigh and said, Brother, this is the last drink of our lives. I know. That's why I have to ask you clearly. Li Chuanbo chuckled. You and I both know very well that our fathers were once one of the tribulations back then. And Big Brother Jun's father is the master of the tribulation's sword, Junlai. Our fathers all respectfully addressed Uncle Junlai as Big Brother. Then, on the same day, their whereabouts became unknown. Uncle's entire family went missing in an even more bizarre manner. Uncle Jun Han was the only one left in the layered heavens with the surname Jun. However, Uncle Junhan's entire family was massacred and annihilated one night for no reason at all. Li Chuanbo asked. At that time, the major clans had yet to truly form, but throughout history there have only been major clans on the continent and no 10 superclans. During that period of time, our fathers had already turned the layered heavens upside down. Other than our own clans, there were no other experts who could threaten Uncle Junhan anymore. Even if there were still people who had that kind of ability, they definitely wouldn't have the guts to do so. Touching Uncle Junhan would be equivalent to touching the future most powerful clan at the same time. Killing Uncle Junhan's entire family would be equivalent to committing suicide, or even having the entire clan buried with them. The only reason I can think of is that you guys were afraid that Uncle Junhan would also want a share of the loot, so you guys harmed him? Li Chuanbo asked fiercely, "Is that so? Tell me, is that so?" Xiao Chenyu didn't reply for a long time. However, he finally replied, "Yes, that was what they thought back then. Why would they still want to give away a piece of the existing territory of the major clans, and even possibly the best and most fertile piece of land?" Therefore, Yi Chen, Lan Buhui, Ninefold, Shi Baoxiao, and Zhuge Sangqiong joined forces. Zhuge Sangqiong came up with a plan. Yi Chen poisoned them, and they attacked the Jun family together to wipe them out. They had asked me about this matter before. I didn't participate, but I didn't stop them either. However, for some reason, Ling Muyang found out about this matter. Ling Muyang personally took action in disguise and eventually rescued Uncle Junhan's 5-year-old child, Junwei. From then on, Ling Muyang became the target of public criticism. Chapter 1488. The drinking at the Ling clan that time was actually to resolve this matter and resolve the grudges. The fight between Lan Buhui and Ninefold in your memory was just an excuse to force Ling Muyang to make a stand. However, Ling Muyang chased everyone out, and from then on, the brothers became strangers. Xiao Chenyu said, in reality, the real break between the big clans was at that time. No wonder. Li Chuanbo muttered to himself, smiling bitterly. Suddenly, he raised his head and gulped down the strong liquor. Wiping his mouth, he asked fiercely, "Have you ever thought? How can you live up to the brotherhood of our fathers by making such a choice? How can you live up to Big Uncle? How can you?" Xiao Chenyu said dispassionately. At that time, the situation in the continent was already clear. A huge piece of land was placed in front of us, waiting to be divided. In front of such huge benefits, who would still be in the mood to consider friendship? In front of huge benefits, everything else is not important. Fuck you. Li Chuanbo cursed in grief and indignation. Halfway through, he retracted it, his face flushed red from holding it in. "Don't scold me," Xiao Chenyu said. "I didn't participate in it. From the beginning to the end, I didn't participate in it. But you didn't stop it either." Li Chuanbo said loudly, "What happened after that?" There was anger in Xiao Chenyu's eyes. He said, "After that, Ling Muyang was forced by everyone and finally couldn't take the pressure. After delaying it for several decades, he said that Junwei was dead. However, that wasn't the case. Although Junwei was young then, he already remembered everything. After he grew up, he left the Ling clan and wandered the martial world, changing his name to Endless Hatred. However, for some reason, someone found out about his true identity. He was besieged and eventually went missing," Xiao Chenyu said slowly. Li Chuanbo struck out with his palm furiously. Next to him, a mountain several thousand feet away shattered with a loud bang. Shattered rocks instantly soared into the air within a radius of 10,000 feet, and the sky and earth changed color. Li Chuanbo said fiercely, "Is this the waning flower lust and endless demon hatred from back then? If you want to kill him, just kill him. Why do you want to give him such a dirty accusation? He's not a lecher, he never was." Xiao Chenyu corrected him. "That's just a method. The history books have always been written by the victors. Therefore he is one. What you've done! You guys are really something. Li Chunbua gritted his teeth. You guys are really so open and above board. If first uncle knew that he had a bunch of flawless juniors like you, how gratified would he be? That's right, first uncle. This sentence was clearly sarcastic. However, Xiao Chenyu did not refute him. History books were history books and facts were facts. Later on, as long as someone with the surname Jun appeared in the Jianghu, you would hunt them down. Is this also the reason? Don't say the word you. Xiao Chenyu said. No one with the surname Xiao was involved in this matter. But that Xiao guy knew about this matter from start to finish, Li Chunbua said sternly, and he pretended to be deaf and mute all along. Xiao Chenyu didn't say anything. After a long time he said Junwei didn't die, because many years after the event, his descendants still appeared in the Jianghu, and these people, without exception, were hunted down by several big clans. Ling Muiang didn't say anything when he came to me. He kowtowed to me 3 times, turned around and left. Starting from those 3 heads, I started to secretly deploy people to protect Uncle Jun's bloodline and joined forces with Ling Muiang. This was done by me. Later on, more and more time passed. The hunt also gradually died down, and Uncle Jun's descendants were sent to the upper 3 heavens by Ling Muiang. The matter ended there. Since that's the case, why didn't you guys make a move on Jun Shiju, the leader of the dark bamboo in the upper 3 heavens? Isn't her surname also Jun? Li Chunbua smiled somewhat mockingly. Because Ning Tianya interfered. Ning Tianya came out of seclusion at that time and protected the bloodline of the Jun family. And they couldn't be sure that she was a descendant of the Jun family. They might as well do Ning Tianya a favor. Also, there was no longer anyone with the surname Jun in the upper 3 heavens, so there was no need to worry about the threat. Xiao Chenyu said indifferently, the most important point was that the big clans at that time were already unshakable. I understand. There was disappointment in Li Chunbua's tone. He didn't even bother to hide the disheartened look on his face as he said, I really understand now. I understand now. No matter how deep the friendship is, it can't stop the interests. Li Chunbua said sadly, for you guys, friendship and whatnot are not important. Xiao Chenyu grabbed a drumstick and took a bite. He said, Chunbua, can we not talk about this anymore? Li Chunbua said dejectedly, please believe me, I don't want to talk about it even more. I just want to know why. Our fathers were all friends who went through life and death together. Why is it that when it comes to our generation, it has to be so heartless? Xiao Chenyu was silent for a moment. Then he said, our fathers went through fire and water together. Their relationship was a life and death trust. That's true. Therefore, they will never let each other down. When it came to our generation, firstly, our fathers went missing too early, so the impact on us wasn't deep enough. Secondly, we didn't go through life and death together at all. We didn't have so many shared, thrilling experiences, so there was no so-called true love. At the very most, we were just a bunch of rich kids playing together at that time. We were just childhood playmates. That's all. When we started our own businesses, of course, we had to work hard, go on adventures, and go through all kinds of hardships and dangers. But at that time, we were the leaders. Each of us had a group of subordinates like that. Even if we went through life and death, it was with those people. There was very little between us. It's very normal that our relationship couldn't stand the test. It's also very normal that we waver when faced with interests. Xiao Chenyu said, if only by killing Uncle Juanhan's family can one have confidence, then it's not strange that they did it. Li Chunbua smiled rather sorrowfully. So after killing one's own uncle, one will have confidence. Xiao Chenyu smiled strangely and said, Chunbua, if that's the case, one of the tribulations this time is from the Li clan. You also feel confident now, right? Li Chunbua suddenly looked up. Second brother, what do you mean? Xiao Chenyu said solemnly, Based on historical experience, once we get through this tribulation, there will be real hope for the Li clan. I sincerely hope that you can get through it. Sincerely. Li Chuanbo smiled self-deprecatingly. I see. Xiao Chenyu said indifferently, Brother, when you speak in the future, don't put yourself in the position of a saint. Those who laugh at others may not necessarily not be laughable. Li Chuanbo laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Xiao Chenyu, on the other hand, maintained a smile, looking unusually dignified and solemn. All the topics had been discussed, and the mystery that had been there for 10,000 years was solved. That Xiao Chenyu who stood above everyone and was at the peak of supreme martial artist was back. Li Chuanbo laughed maniacally while Xiao Chenyu smiled. Both of them were sighing inwardly, but that hint of warmth in their eyes was gradually fading away. In fact, both of them knew very well that with the revelation of what had happened back then, and with these last few sentences, the friendship of 10,000 years was gone just like that. From now on, it was either you die or I die. Either you die or I die. You and I are no longer brothers. So what if we are brothers? We will still kill each other. That's all. Xiao Chenyu's action of going up north was a clear indication of his attitude. Today's final gathering was to put an end to their lifelong friendship. But in the end, the two of them still didn't go their separate ways. They had been brothers for 10,000 years, and their enmity had been entangled to this day. A glass of wine before the battle of life and death, and before the drinking session ended, they had already broken up. Li Chuanbo didn't explain further to Xiao Chenyu. If Xiao Chenyu had said this an hour ago, Li Chuanbo would definitely have tried his best to explain and express his feelings. But now it was unnecessary, and completely meaningless. You said that I did it for tribulation. But do you know that before this battle, I was already completely disappointed in my own clan? Do you know that throughout the entire battle I had never made a move? Do you know that for all of you, for our brotherhood from 10,000 years ago, as long as you were willing to discuss with me, I would rather disband the Li clan in exchange for peace? To me, benefits are not important. Do you know that I have long wanted to give up? What I value the most are my brothers. Li Chuanbo's lips curled into a bitter smile, but he didn't say a single word. I'm not standing in the position of a saint. I'm just standing in the position of a human. That's all. That's all. Holding the wine jar, Li Chuanbo suddenly felt that the once intoxicating wine was no longer easy to swallow. He said softly, Second brother, we're brothers after all. Let's just talk openly. From today onwards, we'll be strangers and enemies of life and death. Since second brother has come to the Northwest personally, it means that everything is a foregone conclusion. In that case, I can only try my best to deal with second brother. Xiao Chenyu nodded deeply. That's what you should do. For the sake of the clan's survival, you should do this. It's the same for both of us. Li Chuanbo shook his head lightly. It's different. Before second brother came, I've never interfered, not even once. Xiao Chenyu was stunned. He raised his head abruptly and looked at this brother of his in the past with unusual surprise, as if he found it hard to believe his brother's words. Li Chuanbo turned his face away slightly and nodded lightly. Xiao Chenyu stood up slowly. With his hands behind his back, he took a few steps forward and came to the edge of the cliff. Looking up at the snowy sky, he asked solemnly, How many times has the Northwest changed hands in the past 100,000 years? Li Chuanbo also stood beside him with his hands behind his back. He said dispassionately, Through the vicissitudes of life, the Southeast has always been surnamed Xiao. Two question marks, tit for tat, neither giving in. Neither of them spoke anymore. They just stood side by side like that. Heavy snow drifted down, covering the sun and the sky. It didn't take long for a thick layer of snow to cover the two of them, given their cultivation. Before the snowflakes could even come into contact with them, they would have long turned into nothingness. However, at this moment, it was as if they were attached to two wooden or stone statues. It was as if there were two more lifelike snowmen in this place. Chapter 1489. Following the disappearance of the first snowman, the second one also disappeared. Li Chuanbua's body moved slightly and he coughed lightly. Then he exhaled forcefully, and an extremely strong smell of alcohol shot out from his mouth like an arrow. It pierced through the falling snow, and with a whistling sound, it directly pierced into the stone wall of the mountain peak opposite. With a boom, a completely connected hole actually appeared on the mountain peak opposite. The force of exhalation. Li Chuanbua looked at this hole, but didn't open his mouth to reply. Take care. This is real. Xiao Chenyu also looked at this hole. His gaze was somewhat solemn. Then he floated up, but his movement speed wasn't very fast. It was as if he was very reluctant to leave this place, as if it would be good to stay a little longer. Take care. This is also real. Li Chuanbua floated away in the opposite direction. His speed was also not fast. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, also left at an extremely slow speed. However, neither of them turned back. After this separation, the next time they met, it would be a battle of life and death. No matter how slow their speed was, they still went their separate ways. In an instant, their figures gradually disappeared in the vast snowstorm. On the ground, there was still an unopened jar of 1,000-year-old good wine, left quietly in this world of ice and snow, leaving behind a witness for this brotherhood's gathering. In this solemn and silent place, a gentle force suddenly came from the direction that Xiao Chenyu had gone. It circled around on the ground and wrapped around the jar of wine, as if it wanted to keep the wine. At the same time, a gentle force also came from the direction that Li Chuanbua had gone. It also wrapped around the jar of wine, as if it also wanted to keep the wine. Once the two forces came into contact, the owners of both sides instantly understood each other's intentions. The two of them stopped at the same time, as if they wanted to leave the wine to each other and give up. However, their actions were unbelievably coincidental. They were actually exactly the same. The two forces retracted at the same time, and the wine jars that had been suspended in the air suddenly lost their support and fell together. With a few thuds, the wine jars fell and shattered into pieces. In the wine jars, the semi-solid, dark, red wine splashed all over the place. Not a single drop remained. The original intention of both of them was to preserve a few jars of wine. However, the consequence of both of them stopping at the same time was that these jars of wine were destroyed in the end. Two directions, two people. At the same time, they stopped and heaved a long sigh toward the sky. Both of them were equally disappointed. He stood there for a long time. The fragrance of the wine wafted in all directions, but in the end it became tasteless. The wine was like blood on the snowy ground. It gradually seeped into the snow, leaving only a patch of red. The last witness of the Brotherhood's gathering was gone. Whether it was man-made or heaven's will, who could tell the difference? Both of them felt a tearing pain in their hearts. In the end, there was nothing left. At this moment, the same thought appeared in both of their minds. However, the two of them still did not turn around. After a long time, Xiao Chenyu let out a long sigh and soared into the sky. His movement technique instantly accelerated, and he completely disappeared into the snowstorm. On the other side, Li Chuanbua stopped in his tracks. He stood there quietly for a few moments, as if he wanted to turn around but ultimately didn't. Gently shaking his head, 2 drops of crystal-clear tears fell onto the snowy ground. Suddenly, he raised his head and laughed loudly towards the sky. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Li Chuanbua howled into the sky. Everything is empty. There was nothing. The things that I have persevered for 10,000 years have been abandoned 10,000 years ago. Everything is like a fart. Bullshit. Not even worth a fart. He let out a roar as if he was venting. Taking a breath that sounded like crying and sighing, he finally left without a care. Along the way, his mournful laughter shook the heavens and the earth. The mountains and valleys reverberated together, revealing an incomparable determination. Xiao Qinyu, who was in the midst of flying, suddenly stopped. He turned around with a gloomy expression, hearing that infinitely familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar mournful laughter gradually going further and further away. He was stunned and speechless. After a long time, he let out a long sigh and flew away. The two of them were like two advancing straight lines. Finally, they no longer intersected and disappeared from the world. Both of them understood. Once we part today, we will meet again in the future. You must take care of yourself and not be caught in a dilemma. Me too. The battle between the allied forces and the Li clan had now reached the most critical moment. Even Chu Yang, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, could clearly feel this kind of pressure. It was as if a mountain was collapsing down on him. On the allied forces side, other than the reinforcements from the Ling clan and the law enforcement officers who had yet to arrive, the reinforcements from the other clans had all arrived. Their momentum had more than doubled compared to before. More importantly, Du Qingro was slowly consolidating and reorganizing the allied forces. This could be seen. The final battle was right before their eyes. During this period of continuous battles, Li Xiongtu had been fighting side by side with Li Ju and Li Batian. Every battle he was riddled with injuries. Every time, he escaped death by the skin of his teeth. Mo Tianji didn't care about this at all. He was only responsible for treating his injuries and giving him medicine. As for other things, he didn't care at all. Li Xiongtu's expression became uglier and uglier. His eyes also became more and more gloomy. It was fine if it happened once or twice, but almost every time he would encounter some unexpected situation. That wasn't an accident anymore. However, Li Xiongtu had no way to deal with this. Mo Tianji and the rest didn't care about him at all. They even treated him and helped him recover. Li Wubua and the rest didn't have any opinions about this. They only looked on coldly. Li Ju, Li Batian, and the rest became more and more unscrupulous. In the end, they even brazenly and unscrupulously set up traps for Li Xiongtu. When the army retreated, there would always be people who would intentionally or unintentionally push the injured Li Xiongtu so that he would fall behind and become the one who covered the rear. When they charged and broke through the enemy lines together, Li Xiongtu would often suddenly realize that he was all alone. Thousands of soldiers were all his enemies. Everyone else was sincerely cooperating and helping each other. Only he was facing a circle of enemies alone. At least a circle of enemies. Everyone was bathed in blood and killing. Their eyes and ears were alert, but their companions didn't even look at him from the corner of their eyes. It was as if he was invisible. If not for the fact that Li Xiongtu's foundation was solid, his cultivation was strong, his ability to resist attacks and his ability to resist injuries was outstanding, then he would have died at least 30 to 40 times by now. Li Xiongtu's heart slowly turned cold. He wasn't stupid. Why? He finally couldn't help but ask Mo Tianji. He could only ask Mo Tianji. Perhaps he could get an answer, because Mo Tianji disdained to lie to him. Asking others would only bring shame to himself. Why? There's no why. Isn't the reason right there on the table? Mo Tianji said, because you have already lost your value to be used. Now, it's time for you to repay them. No matter what method you use to repay them. It's all right. It's not overboard. It's not overboard at all. Li Xiongtu said angrily, but I should be the one to repay them. It's only repaying them if I'm willing. Is framing me like this also repaying them? Mo Tianji said disdainfully, of course it's repaying them. Willing? You can only say that you're too naive if you can say such things. Every time Meng Huanhuan saw the wounds all over Li Xiongtu's body, she would cry. More than once, she would kneel on the ground and beg Li Xiongtu to stop fighting. Since you already know that they're using you and even harming you, why are you still fighting? Why are you still so stupid to go out and risk your life? While Meng Huanhuan was persuading him, Mo Tianji, Ao Xiun, and Rue Butong were watching coldly from the sidelines. Ao Xiun and Rue Butong couldn't help but want to rush out a few times. However, they were always stopped by Mo Tianji. Because of this, the two of them didn't speak to Mo Tianji for a few days. I've never seen someone as ruthless as you. You're such a hero. Not only are you indifferent to being framed by others, you're even adding fuel to the fire, adding insult to injury. Mo Tianji was also watching. He was watching Li Xiongtu. What kind of choice would he make under such a blow? Mo Tianji was really looking forward to Li Xiongtu's choice. I want to fight. I want to continue fighting, Li Xiongtu said lightly. I know that they're harming me. I already know why they saved me in the beginning. As for what they're thinking now, I also know. I know that only death awaits me if I stay here, Li Xiongtu said with anger and heartache. But they've saved my life. They've given me too many resources and treated me as their hope. No matter what their intentions were, no matter what their intentions were, no matter what their intentions were, I'm indebted to them. That's it. No matter how despicable they are, no matter what their motives are, it's a fact that I'm indebted to them. I have to repay them no matter what. I want to fight 100 battles for the Li clan. I've fought 17 times now. I'm still 33 times away. It's my fate to die in battle. It's my fortune to survive. I'm not fighting for the Li clan. I'm fighting for myself. I'm fighting for my heart. Li Xiongtu raised his head. I won't feel guilty for my path to the top. I won't destroy myself on the path to the top. Mo Tianji heaved a deep sigh as well. He didn't know if this sigh was filled with relief, appreciation, or something else. Li Xiongtu's choice was completely within his expectations. It was the same for the shock he felt. Li Xiongtu's temper had always been like this. Mo Tianji understood it completely and even admired it. However, this didn't mean that Mo Tianji was recognized by others. On the contrary, Mo Tianji didn't want Li Xiongtu to be flexible. The other side wants to exterminate you. They've used all kinds of schemes. They've almost killed you in front of you, but you still want to fight for them 100 times to repay their kindness. How depressing was such a thought. Someone as wise as Mo Tianji could understand such thoughts, but he couldn't agree with them. Should he say that Li Xiongtu was honest, or was he stupid and ignorant? Mo Tianji didn't know what to say. He wanted to ruthlessly despise Li Xiongtu's day. He wanted to despise this man's stubborn way of thinking. However, thinking about it was one thing, and disagreeing with it was another. But he realized that he couldn't despise Li Xiongtu even if he wanted to. In fact, he even had some admiration, and even respect for him. I want to explode, but I can't. I have to plan properly. I'll start writing the final battle tomorrow. Chapter 1490. The reward of 100 battles is too much. Mo Tianji sighed. Li Xiongtu, you can't afford this reward. Don't blame me for not reminding you that the enemy's reinforcements have almost all arrived. The next battle will only be more brutal. The next battle will be led by an 8th or 8th grade supreme martial artist. The final battle between the two sides is about to begin. When the time comes with your cultivation, you won't be able to help at all. Even the aftermath will be enough to destroy you. Do you think your so-called contribution is meaningful? So far, you have already fought for the Li family 17 times. According to your calculation, you still have to fight for another 33 times before you can be considered to have repaid your debt. However, not to mention 33 times at most after this big battle, you'll have to fight for the Li family in Book 7, Part 780 at most. It's time for the final battle between the two sides. Mo Tianji said, How are you going to complete your 100 battles? Li Xiongtu said indifferently, To be honest, I also know that the chances of repaying my debt are slim. But what I want is nothing more than peace of mind and righteousness. That's all. He said indifferently, I'm not stupid either. How could I not know whether it's worth it or not. But back then, when I was at the end of my road, it was them who helped me. This is a hurdle in my life. I must walk through it in my own way. I understand. Tianji nodded. Facing such a person, even the master of calculation and manipulation was helpless. Moreover, I crave battle. I'm passionate about battle. Only through battle can I feel the value of my own existence. Only through continuous battle can my future path be. It belongs to me, Li Xiong Tuesday. Li Xiong Tu's eyes shone with a sharp light with a kind of passion. This kind of passion could be felt by everyone. At this moment, Li Xiong Tu was almost burning. Everyone had only seen this kind of burning fighting spirit on Dong Wushang before. At this moment, if one were to close their eyes, everyone would think that Dong Wushang was standing right in front of them. Chapter 780. Adding 4 more pawns to the monarch ferocious and domineering. These two people, who didn't look alike at all, actually looked so similar at this moment. When you guys arrived, I had just broken through to the strength of a first-grade martial saint. Li Xiong Tu's eyes flashed. I didn't even adjust my breathing to stabilize my realm before I immediately threw myself into a life-and-death battle. Continuing, the first round was a life-and-death challenge. Countless times I was on the brink of death, but in the end I survived. I don't know why, but I actually like the feeling of coming back from the jaws of death. That is an experience that I will never be able to achieve through my usual practice. Another 5 battles later, I realized that I had broken through to the second stage of the supreme martial artist realm. Furthermore, it was a direct improvement in battle. What comprehension, what cultivation, none of that mattered. It was a breakthrough in battle. At that time, when I was already at the end of my rope, I suddenly broke through and beheaded the enemy in front of me. When I saw the look of disbelief in the enemy's eyes before he died, I suddenly felt that life was very beautiful. Li Xiong Tu said indifferently, "The beauty lies in the enemy's blood." Another 30 battles later, we're still in a situation of certain death. I broke through to the 3rd stage realm once again. Every battle is equivalent to dozens of life and death experiences. The subtle feeling of being on the edge of life and death, where I could lose my life at any time. Also, Li Ju, Li Ba Tian, and everyone in the Li clan were isolating me and hoping that I would die. However, I didn't die. Instead, the more I fought, the more I enjoyed it. To them, being on the edge of life and death is a painful torture. It's a situation that they don't want to face. However, to me, it's a rare opportunity. After 10 battles, I became a 4th stage supreme martial artist. And now, I'm at the peak of the 4th stage supreme martial artist realm. Li Xiong Tu laughed. After 100 battles, I will definitely break through to the 5th stage, or even the 6th stage. If they didn't set me up, I would fight. If they set me up, I would still fight. Even if I had to die in battle, I would fight until my last breath, until my last bit of soul was destroyed. Li Xiong Tu said proudly, "Since that's the case, why don't I fight until my conscience is at ease? I'll cut off all ties with the clan that hates me to the core and wishes for me to die early, but I'm indebted to them. You're an awesome person. I admire you." Ao Xiayun and Rue Butong gave him a thumbs up. Mo Tianji said indifferently, "What's the use of admiring me?" Li Xiong Tu has increased his cultivation by several levels in less than half a year since he started fighting. What about the 2 of you? Ao Xiayun and Rue Butong were dumbfounded. Their faces darkened. Then they spat. "You bastard, how can you compare? Don't you feel guilty saying this?" The 2 of them couldn't be blamed for scolding him. They even said that Mo Tianji felt guilty. The 2 of them were currently Mo Tianji's guards. There were very few opportunities for them to go out and kill enemies, let alone someone like Li Xiong Tu, who was constantly on the edge of life and death. If even they had to go out and kill enemies, Mo Tianji would probably be in great danger. What's more, the 2 of them had already climbed to the peak of the 1st level of Supreme Martial Artist. When a Supreme Martial Artist reached the upper level, There was a gap between the human and the immortal. It was almost as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In such a short period of time since the start of the battle, to be able to rise from the initial level of supreme martial artist to the peak level of supreme martial artist was already quite an achievement. If it were someone else, they would definitely not be able to make this progress without thousands of years. Mo Tianji actually used this to attack the two of them. Wouldn't it make them speechless? Don't you know that everyone needs to rise to the supreme martial artist level as soon as possible? We are racing against time. If you have time to argue with me, why don't you use it to consolidate your own cultivation? Mo Tianji's words made even Li Xiongtu stagger and almost fall to the ground. You make it sound so easy. The supreme grade is just a matter of touching your lips. But do you know how many talented and brilliant people would be stuck at each of these checkpoints? Mo Tianji fixed his gaze on Li Xiongtu's. His eyes revealed that he was deep in thought. There was a strange light that was faintly flickering in his eyes. Li Xiongtu was fearless. Even when he faced Chu Yang and Dong Wushang, there was no fear in his heart. But at this moment, when he met Mo Tianji's gaze, he felt chills all over his body. This guy's schemes and schemes were really impossible to guard against. He was really unscrupulous. It would be strange if he wasn't afraid. Actually, what Mo Tianji was thinking about had nothing much to do with Li Xiongtu himself. Li Xiongtu had improved so quickly with the help of battle. Then, if he and his brothers also joined the battle and experienced life and death, would they also be able to improve like Li Xiongtu? But after thinking for a while, the flame in his eyes gradually extinguished. This idea is undoubtedly very tempting, but forget it. I can't bear to. Mo Tianji sighed in his heart. He thought silently. Although I know that there will definitely be an effect if we do it this way, it's still too risky. At this moment, from the direction of the Li clan's main hall, an earth-shattering cheer suddenly came. It seemed like something big had happened, and it seemed like it was a good thing. Everyone, follow me to the main hall and prepare for the next wave of battle. Mo Tianji stood up and led the way out. Ao Xiayun and Rue Butong stood up at the same time. Li Xiongtu followed suit. Xiongtu. Meng Huanhuan let out a soft cry of sorrow. Li Xiongtu stood still. Without turning back, he said, "Don't worry, I won't die for sure. As long as I don't deliberately seek death, no one in the world can take my life. When I'm done with the Li clan and fulfill my wish, I'll propose to you immediately, and we'll leave this place together." After Li Xiongtu finished speaking, he strode away. "I'll wait for you. You must come back." Behind him, Meng Huanhuan nodded her head heavily with tears in her eyes. When Mo Tianji walked into the main hall, he immediately sensed 4 pairs of sharp eyes focusing on his face and body at the same time. His heart skipped a beat. Following the source of the gaze, he raised his head and looked over. On the seat that originally belonged to the Li clan's clan leader, Li Wubua, sat another person. When he sat there, he naturally stood tall and majestic like a mountain. It was as if he had existed since time immemorial. Everything was so natural, as if he was looking down on the world like a sovereign. The position of the Li clan's clan leader had always been unshakable. Even the 4th elder and 5th elder had to stand below the clan leader's seat in this main hall to demonstrate the clan leader's absolute authority. However, when this person sat there the moment he came out, everyone felt that it was only natural. This person's eyes were as sharp as lightning. He sized up Mo Tianji from head to toe, as if he wanted to see through this young, wise man. Beside him stood another person. His face was almost similar to his. He seemed like a brother, but also seemed like a father. That person had a pair of eyes that were full of vicissitudes and had seen through the world. Being stared at by this pair of eyes, Mo Tianji actually felt a little sad. It was as if in such a short period of time, the other party's emotions had already affected him. Behind this person, there was another person standing on each side. At this moment, these two people were also staring at Mo Tianji. However, their eyes were expressionless. The cultivation of these four people was astonishingly high. To Mo Tianji, they were unfathomable and unfathomable. He couldn't see through them. Mo Tianji immediately understood. This must be the appearance of the Li clan's true pinnacle figure. Mo Tianji? Tribulations, think tank? The man asked. I wouldn't dare. Mo Tianji said indifferently. You must be Li Chuanbo, old senior Li? Mo Tianji's guess was right. This person was Li Chuanbo. Li Chuanbo had come in person to take over the Li clan. Only Li Chuanbo could have such power and influence. He was also the only one who could make the clan head give up his position immediately and willingly the moment he came out. Li Chuanbo said indifferently, the Li clan is facing a huge change of life and death right now. A great crisis is already at hand. We have nothing but martial power but no ability to plan. Everything depends on military advisor Mo. This time, I have come out to tell you that you have 4 more pawns under your command. You can use them as you wish. Chapter 1491. Mo Tianji furrowed his brows. His expression was a little serious as he said, Senior's return to the mortal world will naturally be of great help to the current situation. However, may I ask, Senior, which clan's lord ancestor is involved in this war? Advisor Mo, you live up to your reputation. Just from my appearance, you were able to deduce the situation. To be honest, Xiao Chenyu from the Xiao clan is ranked second among the great clans. The second strongest among the great ancestors has already entered the battle, Li Chuanbo said calmly. He didn't find Mo Tianji's reaction strange. If Mo Tianji didn't notice this change, or if he didn't ask due to his identity, he would have underestimated Mo Tianji. I see. Mo Tianji didn't find it strange at all. If the other party didn't have such a dangerous character who could change the entire situation. Li Chuanbo's book 7, chapter 787. Absolute power, why would he appear here? Since Li Chuanbo appeared here, it meant that the other party also had an expert of Li Chuanbo's level. This is Li Xiangxi, my son, Li Chuanbo introduced. These two are my brothers, as well as my bodyguards. We have been through life and death together for 10,000 years. Li Xiangxi is at the peak of 8th grade Supreme Martial Artist. He is only 1 step away from 2nd grade Supreme Martial Artist. As for these two brothers of mine, they broke through to 2nd grade Supreme Martial Artist 200 years ago. Right now, they are at the beginner level of 2nd grade Supreme Martial Artist. Full. Li Chuanbo's voice was very calm as he introduced them to Mo Tianji one by one. I, on the other hand, am at the peak of 2nd grade Supreme Martial Artist. I can only be considered as a high-level Supreme Martial Artist. Full. Mo Tianji's expression changed. He said, with the help of all of you, I believe that our chances in this battle have increased. Li Chuanbo's expression was bleak. He said, the crisis that the Li clan is facing this time is indeed unprecedented. Even during the most dangerous period of the battle back then, it didn't reach such a situation and didn't affect the Li clan. Advisor Mo, you don't have to say anything nice. I more or less know what to do. Without Advisor Mo holding the fort and planning everything, the Li clan would have been annihilated sooner or later. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, The Matter of the Nail. However, even with Advisor Mo holding the fort and strategizing, being able to deal with the enemy. But when it comes to the battle between 7th grade and 3rd grade Supreme Martial Artists, no matter how smart and scheming you are, it will be useless. In front of absolute strength, everything was just empty talk. Therefore, the final outcome of the Li clan is still inevitable and will be destroyed. Li Chuanbo said indifferently. Then he stared at Mo Tianji and asked softly, What do you think, military advisor Mo? Mo Tianji nodded. The chances of winning are indeed very slim. In fact, it's close to none. However, if you want to preserve a trace of your bloodline, it's not absolutely impossible. There should still be hope. Hearing Mo Tianji's words, everyone in the hall let out a long sigh. Everyone already had a common understanding of this outcome. It was a fact, although it was cruel, but no one was surprised. The Li family is located in the northwest, and the geographical environment is not good. If he was in the heart of the continent, he could hide his bloodline anywhere. However, he was in the northwest. But it's not easy. The only way is to charge out. Only by charging out can we have a future. Li Chunbo said, "This old man has thought of this. Military advisor Mo has thought of this as well. And I believe that the Allied forces have also thought of this. Therefore, it's really very difficult to charge out." He paused. His gaze went past Mo Tianji and looked at Ao Xiun, Rui Batong, and Li Xiongtu. He said, "All of you must take good care of yourselves." His tone didn't change at all from the start to the end. However, Li Xiongtu clearly felt that Li Chuanbua's gaze stopped on his face for a moment longer. Mo Tianji's eyes flickered slightly. He could tell that the last few words of this wise old man in front of him were very meaningful. He just wanted the four of them to take good care of themselves? Or... Before he finished speaking, Li Chuanbua stood up and strode down from his seat. Facing everyone, he said solemnly, "I have something to say. Elder Master, please enlighten us." Everyone knelt down in unison. The Li clan is at a critical juncture of life and death. Since we need military advisor Mo to command, then we must confirm military advisor Mo's position. Firstly, if any one of you dares to play any tricks here, I will personally take action and be the first to kill him. Secondly, Li Chuanbua gestured. Military advisor Mo, please take a seat. The direction he was pointing at was the seat of the Li clan head. Then Li Chuanbua said loudly, "From now on, everyone in the Li clan, including me, must listen to military advisor Mo's commands unconditionally. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed without mercy." Yes, no one had any objections to this decision because it was Li Chuanbua who made this decision. There's one more important thing. Now, select your descendants. Every clan is only allowed to have 2 people. Then gather them together. Once you find a suitable opportunity, send your descendants out first so that you can make a comeback in the future. Yes. This time, everyone agreed even more readily. There was already no hope of victory. They only hoped that their descendants would have a chance to make a comeback. Li Chuanbua turned around. Military advisor Mo, please. From this moment onwards, even if you sell all of us in the Li clan, we will also listen to you. With me in charge, I believe that no one will dare to have any objections. Mo Tianji nodded and walked forward step by step. Ao Xiun and Rui Batong followed closely behind him. Li Xiongtu followed him for a few steps, then stopped and stood beside Li Chuanbua. Li Chuanbua's brows furrowed. Mo Tianji finally walked to his seat. Turning around, he slowly sat down. Ao Xiun and Rui Batong stood behind him, just like 2 door gods. With the situation settled, the people below suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure. It was even more oppressive than when the old clan master, Li Chuanbua, was still in power. It was as if the entire Li clan was in his hands the moment Mo Tianji sat down here. Absolute power, in the hands of an outsider. But no one was unconvinced. Mo Tianji's abilities had long conquered them. Only Mo Tianji smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't expect that he couldn't get rid of this hot potato in the end. A veteran was indeed a veteran, an old monster who had lived for more than 10,000 years. He was a real character, a human-shaped monster. The moment Li Chuanbua appeared, he cut the Gordian knot and established Mo Tianji's position with the highest authority. He had the demeanor of a clan head who didn't need to use people he doubted. This gesture could be said to be extremely beautiful. In fact, Mo Tianji could clearly feel that this wasn't just for show. Indeed, he was sincere. It looked like Li Chuanbo really felt that the Li clan's destruction was imminent. He could even feel that the Li clan's only chance of survival should lie with Mo Tianji. On the surface, this move seemed to be handing over the lives of the entire Li clan to Mo Tianji. It seemed to be a very risky move that could easily lead to the destruction of the Li clan. However, on a deeper level, it was actually a very smart decision, because Li Chuanbo wasn't Li Wubo. At most, Li Wubo only knew about the legend of the so-called tribulation. But Li Chuanbo knew very well what kind of existence a tribulation was. Just like Mo Tianji in front of him, even if you didn't trust him, he would still help you come up with plans and strategies to deal with the enemy, causing the Li clan to struggle at death's door. But deep down, he would only treat the Li clan as a war tool. If they were all dead, then so be it. But if you trusted him, he would still do his best. But for this sincere trust, he would make a certain degree of repayment. And what Li Chuanbo needed was this certain degree of repayment, the continuation of the Li clan's bloodline. No matter how many bloodlines there would be in the end, it was fine as long as there was, even if it was just one or two. It was better than having no descendants. Mo Tianji bowed to this wise old man and said, "Elder Li, I'll do my best." A smile like spring water flashed across Li Chuanbo's eyes. He nodded lightly. He knew that Mo Tianji's words meant that he had agreed. It was good that he had agreed. There was hope for everything. Mo Tianji's telepathic message rang in his ears. "Elder Li, I can only guarantee that if the Li clan doesn't play tricks with me, doesn't engage in internal destruction, and doesn't resort to any outrageous schemes, I will promise to do my best to protect part of the Li clan's bloodline. But if I go against it, the destruction of the Li clan will become a foregone conclusion." Li Chuanbo's face darkened. He replied through telepathy, "If the descendants of the Li clan are really so unfilial, then there's no need for the Li clan to exist anymore. My original intention of establishing the Li clan from a wasteland was to protect the affection in my heart. If the affection is no longer there and has turned into benefits, then there's nothing wrong with destroying it from my hands. I admire Elder's open-mindedness." Mo Tianji said sincerely. Mo Tianji's words of admiration could be said from the bottom of his heart. For someone like Li Chuanbo, who had established a huge clan that had lasted for tens of thousands of years, to abandon it just like that, if he didn't have the breadth of mind, there was no way he could do it. "I still have a request that I hope you can fulfill." Li Chuanbo said indifferently, "Li Xiongtu must live on. Even if all of the Li clan's bloodline is cut off, Li Xiongtu must live on. This is my final wish." Mo Tianji said solemnly, "Elder can rest assured about this. I didn't want him to die in the first place." Li Chuanbo replied indifferently through telepathy, "Li Xiongtu was never one of the tribulations, right? All of this was actually part of your plan." He said this directly in an affirmative tone. Mo Tianji replied indifferently, "He wasn't. He never was." Li Chuanbo heaved a long sigh of relief. His voice was complicated. As expected, the heavens won't favor the same clan twice. The Li clan was just a chess piece. It was a chess piece from the beginning to the end. However, it's fortunate that Li Xiongtu can live on. Even if he's not a direct descendant, his surname is still Li. Now that things had come to this, even though there was resentment in Li Chuanbo's voice, he didn't say anything about Mo Tianji. There was no need to say anything anymore. Now that things had come to this, even if he went out to clarify things, who would believe him? Even if they did, they wouldn't let the Li clan off. The blood feud of tens of thousands of lives, the precarious situation, benefits that were within reach. Mo Tianji's plan had already succeeded from the moment Li Xiongtu was brought up to the upper three heavens. Chapter 1492. Mo Tianji said, I can only say that if Li Xiongtu can continue to live, his achievements will be even higher than yours, maybe even much higher. Li Chuanbo sighed. It's enough that you can say this. My life's experience in martial arts is all on Li Xiongtu. He can be considered my successor. I have no regrets. Mo Tianji finally understood why Li Xiongtu's cultivation could improve by leaps and bounds in this period of time. So that was the reason. He said, the people in the Li clan. What does Elder Li plan to do? Li Chuanbo's gaze swept across the hall. Everyone felt that the elder's gaze was like thunder and lightning, penetrating their hearts. Everyone couldn't help but lower their heads, not daring to look directly at him. Li Chuanbo sighed deeply. Other than a limited number of people and the old, weak women and children, my Li clan is already full of people who deserve to die. My efforts back then have been squandered away. I didn't get any inheritance. My original intention of establishing the clan was also completely abandoned a few thousand years ago. His voice was even trembling a little. Mo Tianji, when you reorganize the world order, even though killing is unavoidable, even though human nature is greedy and insatiable, I still hope that you can put loyalty and filial piety in the list of priorities. In that case, Mo Tianji's heart trembled. He raised his head and looked at Li Chuanbo. Li Chuanbo's eyes met his. Those eyes that had seen through the vicissitudes of life were already filled with fatigue and stillness. This world has long made me feel disgusted and disgusted. I don't want to stay in this world anymore, nor do I want to go to the heavenly imperial court. I don't want to see any of my old friends from back then. Until now, the only thing left is to fight to the death. Mo Tianji didn't speak anymore. Li Chuanbo didn't send any more voice transmissions. Everyone, the cruelest war is about to begin. I should have told everyone that I wish everyone good luck and a triumphant return. But now, not only is it meaningless to say those empty words, it's also very irresponsible. Mo Tianji sorted out his emotions. He adjusted his tone and faced everyone present. He said with unusual frankness, for the sake of the bloodline of our descendants, I want to tell everyone one last truth seriously. Be prepared to die. Everyone gathered below had a solemn expression on their faces. Since Senior Li has entrusted me with such an important task today, I, Mo Tianji, can only do my best. However, the enemy is too powerful. The most important thing now is no longer to fight for a temporary victory or defeat with the enemy, but to preserve the Li clan's lineage, hoping for the day when they can make a comeback. We must seize the opportunity to protect the descendants of the bloodline and help them escape. As for the method of cover, there is only one word: sacrifice. Mo Tianji said, I'll solemnly remind everyone for the last time. Each clan is only allowed to have 2 people. It would be best if he was alone. Also, let me give you a word of advice. Don't try to play any tricks anymore. Right now, our bloodline is on the run. Sacrificing the entire clan in exchange for a tiny chance of survival. If any part of our clan has a problem from within, then don't blame me for not reminding you all. Then, the only outcome will be the extermination of our entire clan. I believe that everyone understands this point. Don't try to take millet out of the fire and drag others down with you. It was quiet down there. For a long time, no one spoke. Everyone was trying their best to hold their breaths. For a moment, the hall, which had a radius of 10,000 feet, was densely packed with people. However, there was no sound at all. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Li Wubo stood at one side while Li Ju and Li Batian stood beside him. At this moment, the 3 of them seemed to be deep in thought. However, only they knew what exactly they were thinking about. Now, let's do a head count and divide the battle teams. 8th grade Supreme Martial Artists and above, please step forward, Mo Tianji said calmly. Li Chuanbo took the lead and stepped forward. Immediately after, Li Xiongxi and the others followed suit. 8. Mo Tian-ji frowned. There should be a total of 11. This means that in the previous battle, 3 8th grade supreme martial artists have already been sacrificed. Among these 8, there are still 2 who are seriously injured and their combat power has been greatly reduced. Excluding elderly and the other 3 who have just appeared today. This means that in the previous battle, we have already lost more than half of our combat power. The terrifying strength of the enemy is evident from this. The enemy's reinforcements are coming from all directions, and they are almost inexhaustible. However, here we have no backup inside and no reinforcements outside. It can be said that one death is one less enemy. Everyone, don't think that the situation will be so optimistic just because elderly and the others are here. The expressions of the Li clan members became even more solemn. Next, 7th grade supreme martial artists, please step forward, Mo Tianji said again. Another 17 people took a step forward. 3rd grade supreme martial artists, 25 people. 5th grade supreme martial artists. However, only 10 5th grade supreme martial artists stepped forward. In the recent battles, 5th grade supreme martial artists had already become the leaders of the troops and were the ones who were most likely to lose their lives. 4th grade. There were still 28 4th grade supreme martial artists remaining. Furthermore, they were all injured. Li Xiongtu was among them. 3rd grade to 1st grade. When this order was given, the expressions of the Li clan members became even more terrible. There were only 10 people of 3 grades of supreme martial artists in total. At its peak, the Li clan had a total of 211 supreme martial artist level experts. Li Xiangxi heaved a long sigh. Now, including us, there are only 174 of them. Many of them are also injured, and their combat power has been greatly reduced. Supreme martial artist experts are formed through the accumulation of tens of thousands of years, countless years, and countless resources. Now, within a year, we have lost 117 of them. Furthermore, more than 80 of them have died in the 4 months of battles. This is a testament to how tragic it is. Li Chunbo sighed. This is already a kind of fortune. If not for Mo Tianji's planning behind the scenes in these 4 months, I'm afraid there might not even be many left of these 174 people. The remaining martial saint experts, as long as they are 5th grade and above, step forward, Mo Tianji said again. Those martial saints below 5th grade, step forward. Martial monarch experts, step forward. Those below martial monarch level, all martial emperors and martial kings, step forward and line up outside. Mo Tianji took the lead and walked out. Li Chuanbo seemed to know what Mo Tianji was going to do. Together with Li Xiangxi, Li Wubo, and a few other elders of the clan, he followed him out. Halfway through, Mo Tianji stopped in his tracks. He didn't turn back. Instead, he looked straight ahead and asked, I want to know if the Li clan is defeated in the end and all the experts and those who can fight are dead. How will the enemy deal with the remaining women, children, and elderly? Li Chuanbo's eyes trembled violently. He had no excuse to speak. Beside him, Li Xiangxi sighed and said, the possibility of them being wiped out is infinitely high. Mo Tianji trembled slightly. How many old, weak, sick, disabled women, children, and children are here now? Li Wubo replied, about 730,000 people. This was undoubtedly a rather huge number. It was so huge that everyone was speechless for a moment. Although these people also had a certain level of combat power, compared to the enemy outside, they were worse than babies. Faced with a strong enemy, other than waiting to be killed, there was no room for resistance. Mo Tianji asked calmly, when you invade other clans and expand your territory, how do you deal with the captives or the defeated? Especially the women, children, and elderly? Don't tell me that the Li clan has never invaded other clans, or that the Li clan has never taken captives. The underlying meaning of this sentence was very clear. Whatever they did in the past, others would use the same methods to deal with them now. This was how retribution worked in the world. It wasn't that they didn't want to take revenge. It was just that the time hadn't come yet. Li Wubua's mouth was dry. For a moment he couldn't say anything. He wasn't the only one. All the members of the Li clan present fell into silence. The entire place was silent. Many of them lowered their heads deeply. Li Chuanbo was furious. He slapped Li Wubua's face hard and growled, "What exactly will they do? Say it. Are you mute?" Li Wubua's cheeks puffed up high. His lips trembled a little before he said, "Kill all the men. Kill all the boys, girls, women, those old, ugly, crippled ones, kill all of them too. Those who are slightly more attractive will be. Li Chuanbua's face was pale. His body actually swayed a little. He hadn't been involved in worldly affairs for too many years. Although he knew that the Li clan was probably in a very bad state, he didn't expect it to reach such a stage even in his dreams. Li Chuanbo had always governed the Li clan with benevolence and filial piety. Friendship and righteousness were passed down from generation to generation. He had always had a clear conscience and felt that his heart was boundlessly open and just. However, once his grandson gained power, he didn't even spare the women and children on the opposing side who were completely defenseless. The old man gritted his teeth hatefully and delivered another palm strike. With a loud smack, Li Wubua was sent flying several feet away. He crashed heavily onto a pillar and bounced back. Stepping on Li Wubua's chest with one foot, he asked fiercely, "Go on. How do you deal with those who are slightly more attractive? Tell me quickly." How could the old man not know this in his heart? But at this moment, he wanted Li Wubua to tell him personally. Despicable. Bestow meritorious subjects as servants, or sell them off. Li Wubua spat out a mouthful of blood. With great difficulty he said, "Elder Master, don't think that we are the only ones who have done this. In fact, all the big clans are like this. This is the current Jianghu. Justice doesn't lie in the hearts of the people. It lies in strength." Li Chuanbo lifted his leg in a daze. This is the current Jianghu fashion? Whoever he looked at would nod silently and then turn their face away. Being in the Jianghu, he had seen and done too many such things. Didn't everyone present have thousands or tens of thousands of lives? And how many innocent people were among these lives? Justice doesn't lie in the hearts of the people. It lies in strength. If we are defeated in the end, our family members will also be treated the same way when they fall into the hands of the other party. Chapter 1493. Li Chuanbo was stunned for a long time. Then he said bitterly, "Since I've wielded the butcher's knife, how can I avoid being the fish on the chopping board?" Everyone was speechless at the same time. An elder with a white beard said to Li Chuanbo in a low voice, "Military advisor Mo. Military advisor Mo has only thought of this in advance. After all, the descendants of the great clans all have their own inheritances. Everyone is worried that once their wings are fully grown, they will become a threat in the future. Therefore, they are basically eliminating the weeds by the roots now." Li Chuanbo stood there dumbfounded. Suddenly, he let out a bitter laugh. "Perhaps these people who are also from great clans like us might be lenient towards the women and children." Another person said somewhat unconfidently. Li Chuanbo smiled coldly and said angrily, "Childish!" The others also sighed in their hearts. It was precisely because they were all from great clans that they understood the horror of letting the women and children of the Li clan live. Therefore, they would not let them go. "I want to ask you, if by any chance it really comes to that, what should these people do?" Mo Tinji asked. Everyone's heart was shaken. Everyone present understood why Mo Tianji would ask such a question. However, no one wanted to answer this question because the answer was Li Chuanbo closed his eyes suddenly and said, "Die!" The grandchildren of the Li clan would rather die than be humiliated and tarnished by the enemy. Since ancient times, the hardest thing is death. But so what if we die? Li Chuanbua's words were as stiff as iron and stone, so cold that there wasn't a single trace of emotion in them. As these resolute and decisive words were spoken, the faces of everyone who heard them turned ghastly pale. There was no longer any trace of blood in them. It was one thing to understand in their hearts, but they still hoped that there would be a chance for a turn of events. It was a kind of almost childish and naive, extravagant hope. Now that it was said out loud by the highest leader of the clan, it was a completely different concept. Martial artists below monarch level basically had no meaning in such a battle. Almost no one stepped onto the battlefield. Instead, they became the most well-preserved part of the Li clan. There were a total of 120,000 people. They were indeed one of the largest clans in the upper three heavens. With such a team of experts, if they were in the upper three heavens, they could definitely do whatever they wanted. No one would dare to disobey their orders. But here, at this moment, their position was so awkward that everyone was unable to show their faces. Everyone below the monarch rank, you only have one mission now. It's to protect women and children. Mo Tian-ji stood on the high platform. Looking at the more than 100,000 people in front of him, he said loudly, "You don't need to participate in the following battles. What you need to do is to stay with all the women, children, and the elderly. Don't make any strange movements. Let me tell you one last thing. You must remember and carry it out." There was no sound from below. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Mo Tianji. If there really comes a day, the Li clan was gone. If the other party disdains or cannot bear to kill you and the women and children, then, no matter how wronged you are, you must live on with determination. Just live on like that. Mo Tianji had just said this when Li Chuanbua suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of Mo Tianji. In a low voice, he said, "Boys, I am Li Chuanbua, the founder of the Li clan. Now, the Li clan is in a life and death crisis. I ask you to do one thing. You must remember, you must do it." The 120,000 people below looked at him with fervent gazes. The founder of the Li clan, Li Chuanbua, choked when he said the first part of his speech. After a long while, he said loudly, "You must remember Mo Tianji's words. If they don't kill you, then you must work hard to live on. From now on, change your name and live a stable life. Don't force yourself to take revenge for the Li clan." But when he said this, his voice paused again. It was as if there was a big mouthful of phlegm in his throat that he couldn't spit out. He panted like a bellows for a while. Suddenly he roared fiercely, "But you must remember one thing. If they want to kill you, kill the women and children, and rape them, then you must remember that the first thing you must do is not to fight or kill the enemy, but to kill your own people." He would kill all the beautiful women in his clan at the first possible moment. Kill all the women and children who are powerless to resist. Kill them all. The Li clan can accept failure. We can accept the fate of destruction. But the Li clan will never accept humiliation. Li Chuanbua's words echoed in the entire Li clan for a long time. Everyone, including those who were here and those who weren't, heard it. After a moment of silence, hundreds of thousands of people suddenly roared together. The Li clan can accept failure. We can accept the fate of destruction. But the Li clan will never accept humiliation. Good. These are the good men of the Li clan. Li Chuanbua laughed loudly, tears streaming down his face. That's how it is. When the time comes, kill your own women first, and then fight the enemy with your life. Even if you can lose a strand of hair, it's still a victory and a gain. Yes. The eyes of the 120,000 people turned red at the same time. They controlled themselves to not let their tears fall as they roared with all their might. In a while, gather all the women and children together. You will be in charge of watching over them. Li Chuanbu's gaze was as sharp as an arrow. If anyone dares to have any other thoughts, then... A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Elder Master, please rest assured. A tragic atmosphere spread in the area. Mo Tianji looked at the scene in front of him with a deep gaze, his heart twitching. What if? I can save these innocent people? Can I? What can I do? The 120,000 martial artists below the monarch level gradually dispersed. Those standing in front of Mo Tianji at this moment were all experts above the monarch level and below the 5th grade of the martial saint level. There were a total of 8,400 people. There was still complete silence. The mission you have to complete this time is a little cruel. Mo Tianji said, you are in the battle plan, but I'm sure everyone knows how difficult it is to cause effective harm to the enemy with your cultivation. Anger and indignation were written all over the faces of the over 8,000 people here. However, deep down they knew that this was the truth and there was nothing they could do. The decisive battle was imminent, but these people were not strong enough to be of use and could not form an effective battle force. Everyone, there is no need to be so dejected. You still have the chance to cripple the enemy, kill the enemy, and even annihilate the enemy. Now, let me tell you an effective way to harm the enemy. Mo Tianji closed his eyes and said, your mission is to charge directly into the enemy's dense group at the beginning of the battle. If you can't charge in, you will die. There is no other way. However, once you charge in, don't think about using your hands, swords, palms, or fists to kill the enemy. You only need to do one thing. Immediately explode your cultivation. Mo Tianji's voice was extremely cold at this moment. He said coldly, to put it bluntly, you are transforming into over 8,000 people. Do your best to cause as much damage to the enemy as possible. Because your cultivation is lower, this is the only effective way to kill the enemy. The greater the damage you can cause to the enemy, the higher the chance of keeping our high-end forces. Your children will be able to keep their lives, escape, and survive. In other words, you are using your lives to fight for a chance of survival for your descendants. That is all. For the inheritance of the bloodline, even if you are cold-blooded, you have to do this. You have to understand one thing, a very important thing. The reason for this arrangement is not because the high-end supreme martial artists are afraid of death. Their endings are no different from yours. They are all going to die. It is just a matter of time. However, before they die, they have to open up a path for safe retreat at all costs. Since they are going to die sooner or later, then death is the biggest price to pay. What you are doing is actually the same. After disbanding, everyone is to return home immediately. Within 10 days, try to reunite with your family as much as possible. These are the last few days. After 10 days, it will be the time of the final battle. Mo Tianji closed his eyes and said, I will not force you. After 10 days, if anyone is not willing to participate in this life or death mission, you can stay at home. There is no need to return here. I guarantee in the name of my big brother, Tribulation Swordmaster, that I will not do anything to you because of this. If the Li clan does anything to hurt you because you don't die, I will leave the Li clan immediately. This is my promise to you. Life or death, it is up to you to decide. Mo Tianji waved his hand calmly. Now listen to my orders. Disband. Go home. More than 8,000 secondary experts scattered in all directions with a loud boom. They seized the last bit of time to reunite with their families. After that, it would be their final farewell. Li Ju grumbled anxiously at the side. Brother Mo, this promise is a little inappropriate, isn't it? If by then none of these people come, then how? Before he could finish, he was sent flying by a slap from Li Chuanbu. Li Chuanbu scolded him bitterly and hatefully. You useless thing! What a good-for-nothing, despicable and shameless trash! How can I, Li Chuanbu, have descendants like you? You have completely disgraced me. Li Chuanbo looked up at the sky and sighed. Ao Xiun, Rue Badong, and Li Xiongta looked at Li Ju with eyes full of disdain. This guy, even at this point in time, was still thinking about this. After that, it was time to arrange for all the experts above 5th grade martial saint, including all the supreme martial artists. There were a total of 1,000 people. Mo Tianji began to divide the teams. 8th grade supreme martial artists and above will each lead a team. In each team, there will be 2 7th grade supreme martial artists and 3 8th grade supreme martial artists. 10 5th grade supreme martial artists will be divided into 5 teams. 4th grade supreme martial artists, 3 in each team. Counting down, all the members will be distributed according to the average number. All the remaining members will be included in the team led by Elder Li Chuanbo. In this way, each team will have a maximum of 240 people, making a total of 1,200 people. The remaining 40 people will be included in Elder Li Chuanbo's team. When the time comes, all 8 teams will be under the command of the command. The grand strategy will be decided like this. Chapter 1494. Mo Tianji said, at the start of the battle, only 4 teams will go forward. The other 4 teams will be backup teams. As for Senior Li Chuanbo's independent team, it will be the last backup team and also the most important and crucial battle force. Senior, please be aware of this. Li Chuanbo nodded. Once you say it, I already understand everything. Don't worry. Mo Tianji nodded and said, since that's the case, the final battle will be decided as such. With his hands behind his back, he took 2 steps and said, I have a letter. Who can deliver it to Diwu Qingru for me? Deliver it to Diwu Qingru? The other party's military advisor? Yes. Li Xiangxi took a step forward. How about I make the trip personally? No way. Mo Tianji said, your position is too important. If you make the trip personally, regardless of Diwu Qingru's 7th Division's 700th letter of challenge, no matter how unwilling he is, no matter how unwilling Ro is, she will definitely make you stay. The person who delivers this letter can't have a high cultivation level, but can't be too low either. A 5th grade supreme martial artist is the most suitable. This way, the chances of escaping unscathed will be the greatest. Li Tongtian, you shall make the trip. Li Chuanbo directly appointed him. Yes, great-grandson obeys. Li Tongtian took a step forward, his expression solemn. He took the letter from Mo Tianji and flew out, disappearing into the snowy sky like a gust of wind. May I ask, what exactly is written in the military advisor's letter? Li Xiangxi asked curiously. Nothing much. It's just 10 days later, the final battle in the morning. Do you dare? That's all. Mo Tianji laughed softly. It's just this sentence. 10 days later, the final battle. That's right. 10 days? Isn't that a little too rushed? If it's a month later, Li Xiangxi took a light breath. 10 days is already the limit. It can't be more than that. All of the other parties' reinforcements have already arrived. Mo Tianji said indifferently, I believe that the other party is already prepared for an all-out battle. If we don't deliver this letter soon, or tomorrow at the latest, the other party will launch an all-out attack. That would be even worse, and they would be caught off guard. Book 7, Chapter 700, Li Xiangxi said. Military advisors' words make sense. However, the situation is already so bad. Why are you so confident? The other party will definitely accept this battle? If it were me, I would definitely not accept it. Mo Tianji smiled gently, because you're not Diwu Qingru. He is not Diwu Qingru. He said faintly, in these 10 days I have sacrificed myself for my 120,000 brothers and 700,000 women and children. He had purposely fought for 10 days. The last 10 days. Actually, it doesn't matter if the final battle starts now. But Since I've come to this point in the last moments of my life, I should at least enjoy the beautiful scenery to lessen my regrets. Who doesn't have parents? Who doesn't have a daughter? Who doesn't have a partner? Mo Tian-ji said disappointedly. The sins committed by your Li clan are now being reaped, even though it's called retribution. How many innocents are involved? With our current strength, we won't be able to survive even if we die 1,000 times. Everyone present was somewhat dejected. Li Chuanbo sighed heavily. Allied army camp. Diwu Qingro was sitting opposite the ancestor of the Shao clan, Shao Qinyu. With a sincere respect and caution, he was dealing with the first ancestor of the Shao clan. Is the Ling clan not here yet? Shao Chenyu's face was solemn. Not yet. There must be some unforeseen event that delayed them. It's definitely impossible for them to be delayed. Ling Muyang will definitely not allow it. Since they haven't arrived yet, there must be an accident. They're all dead. Shao Chenyu said faintly, there's no need to wait. It's destined that they won't come. Unless it's the next batch. Diwu Qing rose, eyelids twitched. This was exactly what he thought. No one from the law enforcement officers. Shao Chenyu asked. No, there's also no news of them. This time, Shao Chenyu didn't speak immediately. He was silent for a long time. Then he said, I think the law enforcement officers might be the ones who are delayed. He turned around and said, Are you confident of winning the final battle now? Diwu Qingro thought for a while and nodded affirmatively. Basically, there won't be too big of a problem. However, if you want to be safe and fully prepared, it's better to wait for the law enforcement officers. We're strong enough now, Shao Chenyu said faintly. Then, let's have the final battle. We'll succeed in one battle. Diwu Qingro could hear the urgency in Shao Chenyu's tone. However, he wasn't surprised and immediately agreed. Commander-in-Chief, Elder Shao, the Li clan sent someone to deliver a letter. It says that it was sent to you by the Master of Manipulation and Calculation, Mo Tianji. Someone reported from outside. Bring it in. Shao Chenyu frowned. Yes, the letter was in his hands. Diwu Qingro opened it directly. After taking a look, he couldn't help but smile. What's the content? Shao Chenyu asked. Diwu Qingro smiled and read it out loud. 10 days later, we'll have a final battle with you. Tianji Qingru will calculate victory and defeat. May I ask if Elder Shao Qin you can give his brother 10 days to rest? This letter wasn't as simple as what Mo Tianji and Li Xiangxi had said. The actual content was written to two people at the same time, Diwu Qingro and Shao Qinyu. Since it's a request from my brother, how can I refuse? So what if I give him 10 days? Shao Chenyu's eyes were touched, and he sighed softly. Mo Tianji's words, May I give his brother 10 days to rest, directly touched the softest part of his heart. He thought of the last time he got drunk that day. The last witness was gone, and the sad, desperate, and disheartened laughter of his brother when he left miserably seemed to echo in his ears again. Therefore, Shao Chenyu made a decision right away, not to mention 10 days. Even if you want 20 days, I'll give it to you. Diwu Qingro nodded. I have no objections. We can wait for reinforcements from the law enforcement officers in these 10 days. I'll immediately send a reply to Mo Tianji. I'll have to trouble the messenger to bring it back. The decisive battle that will decide our fate is about to begin. Chu Yang stood on the cliff of the Wind and Snow Mountain. On the other side, Mo lay, or was rubbing the large bruise on Dong Wushang's back to promote blood circulation. Dong Wushang clenched his teeth, his black face full of pain. Speaking of which, this fellow was really bored out of his mind. He hadn't fought for the past few days, and his hands were itchy. It was almost the same as a heavy smoker who couldn't get rid of his addiction. He said that his hands were itchy, and he wanted to find someone to spar with. This wasn't a problem. How many people were there for him to spar with? Chu Yang, Mo Lei, and Mo Qinggu could all let him have his fill. But Dong Wushang said that there was no point in fighting with them and that it wasn't suffocating enough. Therefore, this fellow went straight to the strongest one and actually went to spar with Wu Jueqing, and Wu Jueqing was in an extremely depressed state at that time. When he saw that this fellow came looking for a beating, a ready-made punching bag was sent to him. Naturally, he wouldn't stand on ceremony. With a few punches and kicks, he turned this fellow into a snowball. While he was in a great mood, he gave this fellow a light slap on his thick back. Just this light slap was enough to make Dong Wushang unable to get up. He had been lying in front of everyone's feet for 6 hours now. Looking at his condition, his hands and heart should no longer be itchy. They had all shifted to his back. Was Wu Jueqing's slap so easy to bear? Even the Dharma Supreme had to rest for 3 months after taking a slap from Wu Jueqing. What more Dong Wushang, who was like an ant in front of Wu Jueqing now? Mo lay, or rubbed his back hard, speechless. She said, "Both parties haven't made any moves for 4 days. It seems that both parties have reached some kind of tacit agreement. They should be starting to play big." Chu Yang nodded lightly. This result is not surprising. I can even be sure that this change is led by Tianji. Mo Qinggu was puzzled. She asked, "Why must it be my second brother? Can't Diwu Qingru do it?" It's not that Diwu Qingru doesn't have such wisdom. It's just that Diwu Qingru's side is in an absolutely dominant situation now. If he were to take the lead, both parties would definitely be at war by now. Who knows? The outcome might have already been decided. Chu Yang smiled. It's definitely impossible for it to be so quiet and peaceful. This should be the last bit of peace before the final battle. Mo Qinggu made an "oh" sound and said, "Chu Yang, what should we do on our side? No one from our side participated in the previous few battles." "Who says no one participated?" On the ground, Dong Wushang snorted. "Little girl, don't talk nonsense. You guys didn't participate, but I didn't even miss a single battle. I fought all the way to the end." Mo lay was angry and anxious. She said angrily, "You still have the cheek to say that. Didn't you come back with half your life left? I really have nothing to say when I meet people like you who are crazy about battles." As she spoke, she rubbed her palms even harder. She said hatefully, "You're born to be punched." Dong Wushang grimaced in pain, but he didn't cry out in pain. His woman loved him dearly. No matter how painful it was, he had to endure it. It wasn't easy for both sides to stop fighting. Instead of resting, you actually shamelessly went to spar with Elder Wu. You really don't know how many bowls of rice you've eaten. At the mention of this, Mo lay couldn't help but get angry. Elder Wu is at the peak of the world. He showed mercy this time. If he really gets angry, he can make you die without even knowing how you died with one slap. Unexpectedly, at the mention of this, Dong Wushang actually became excited. Then he said to Chu Yang, "Big brother, you don't know, but I comprehended some saber essence after fighting with Senior Wu this time. Do you still remember what you said in the lower 3 heavens? The saber aura turning." Chu Yang's brows relaxed. "Oh, could it be that you comprehended it?" "Regarding the saber aura turning, see the 4th part. I can't say that I comprehended it yet. I just have some ideas." Although Dong Wushang was lying on the ground and couldn't move, he was beaming with joy. "Once I can stand up, I'll go and spar with Elder Wu again. I believe